Good morning. Let's start. I want to repeat again yesterday what I said yesterday about thanks to everybody for their contribution yesterday. I also want to make particular thanks to those who tendered additional documents yesterday, and particularly the department. I've had an opportunity to look at that material overnight. I'm sure others may not yet. I don't think that's going to impede our discussions today. But I do want to acknowledge that this inquiry has been demanding for everybody, but particularly for the department. And I think within the department, it's probably fallen primarily to Mr. Heldon and his team. And I understand that rightly or wrongly, they've not been provided with additional resources for that purpose. So we are appreciative of it and do understand the pressure that has brought. And we thank you for your efforts. Before we go to the agenda proper, I think there is one issue that I'm told it will take 2 minutes to resolve a factual matter coming out of yesterday. So the clock is now started.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So yesterday there was some discussion about security of weapons, and Wing Commander Penny gave some evidence about the security of weapons from a RAF perspective. The point has been made that the weapons that were stored in the RCB armoury had their bolts in the weapons, which is unusual because normally in Australia the bolts are kept separate from the weapons for obvious security reasons. Having said that, there was a sentry who slept in the armoury 7 days a week, 24 hours a day in the RCB armoury. The idea being that the weapons were then available to be able to be grabbed quickly in the event of a response. I'd like to now quickly ask Wing Commander Penny to explain the RAF perspective in relation to the same matter.
Thanks, Graham. From our perspective, the same occurred in our armoury, which was totally at odds to what you would have found in Australia at any time, and including today. The bolts were in the weapons. The armoury was alarmed, and it was subject to constant patrol by the RAF police and SSP.
Okay, thank you. And done within 2 minutes, so I appreciate that. Okay, now we want to start talking about the definition of non-warlike, the 1993 definition. The Defence submission in January says that RCB service was not non-warlike. Before we talk about what Defence says about that in their submission, I just want to put it in context because that submission is turning a lot of history on its head. The history is, in 1993, the Cedar inquiry, which recommended the creation of the ASM 4575, said that RCB service was not clearly or markedly more demanding than peacetime service. Didn't give any reasons for that. There was no detailed analysis in its report, and we don't know what submissions it had before it because it well predated the creation of the RCB review group. In 1997, the Cabinet, first at the Expenditure Review Committee and then at full Cabinet, said that the 1993 definitions were appropriate to use in reviewing prior service, and said that modern criteria, as it called it, were the way to go. And we had the Moore review. Now, Moore said that RCB service in FESR up to 30th of October 71 should be recognised by the ASM 4575. So it was therefore, in Moore's view, non-warlike. Minister Scott, in response to that, went to Cabinet, and he noted that Moore had reached that conclusion by applying an incurred danger test that he said, on legal advice, was not a correct interpretation of incurred danger. He said that Defence had retested all of the Moore recommendations against the 93 definitions and had come to essentially the same conclusions as Moore. And so, applying the 93 test, Minister Scott, on Defence advice, said that RCB service was non-warlike. And the Minister also advised Cabinet that that approach would be used for any further historic claims for recognition of service. So, following that Cabinet decision, FESR service on RCB, a lot of alphabet soup, was declared by the Governor-General to be non-warlike. So that was service up to October 71. The Minister announced that there would be a follow-on review to be conducted by Defence. And that review covered RCB service beyond 71, up to 75, and beyond 75, up to 89. And Defence came to the conclusion and recommended to the Minister that RCB service be recognised as non-warlike. And the Minister accordingly recommended to the Governor-General, and the Governor-General declared RCB service from essentially 70 to 89 to be non-warlike. And around the same time, there were a number of letters that issued from the Minister's office rejecting the proposition that RCB service was warlike, but confirming the proposition that it could be and was non-warlike. Then along came the Clark Review. Now, the Clark Review said that RCB, and it was a review of VEA anomalies. The Clark Review said that RCB service was neither non-warlike nor warlike. But in my view, and I think our view, the Clark Review doesn't hold water in this regard. It miscategorises the nature of that service. It says it was infantry training and after-hours patrolling of the perimeter. I think that's contrary to the evidence. It also said, and even if it was consistent with the evidence, it also said, as a reason for rejecting it as non-warlike or warlike, that it could equally well have been performed as part of peacetime activities in Australia. Now, that suggests that if you move from peacetime to non-warlike or warlike, you stop training and you stop garrison duties. And I think that's just self-evidently silly. If you're in a more dangerous situation, the need for training, the need for garrison protection is even greater than it is in peacetime. So while Clark said it was not warlike or non-warlike, we don't think that counts for much. And then, consistent with the previous defence treatment, 2007, the Vice Chief of the Defence Force recommended that RCB service was not warlike, but that it should be, for VEA purposes, treated as and declared to be non-warlike, either as non-warlike per se or hazardous. Minister Bilson on Defence Advice signed instruments to that effect, and those instruments, while not registered, were, in my view, legally made and remain on foot. So that's a bit of a potted history, but we've now got the situation where Defence comes along and says, despite all that history, today, RCB service is not non-warlike. So a complete about turn, it seems to me.
I disagree, Chair, but
Well,
I'm sure I'll have an opportunity to speak about that.
You're
missing the last, so you're going to talk about the next 10 years, of course.
the subsequent reconsideration of the Bilson instruments, you know.
So you're up to 2007.
Yeah.
You're going to talk through to today,
Yeah, and I'm happy to do that
next 16 years.
because there's all that history that says non-warlike. Then when Defence realises that the Bilson instruments haven't been registered, its initial approach is to fix them up and get them registered. Goes to DVA, who says, oh, well, you didn't consult us about that. It's going to cost a lot of money. And look at Clark. And you've heard what I think about Clark in this point, on this regard. So then there is a review, 2010, 2011, which says essentially, oh, the recommendation to Minister Bilson was wrong. There wasn't enough research. It was based on RCB review group submission, which was selective, and I think it said subjective. The views of, and in subsequent reports of the same nature, it says, well, it was written by junior officers who weren't fully informed. And so it recommended that RCB service remain classified as peacetime, notwithstanding that it had been classified as non-warlike, that is not peacetime, and notwithstanding that the Bilson instruments remained on foot. If that assessment...
So you're not going to talk to what the then Minister after Minister Bilson did, Chair? Are you going to disregard Minister Feeney?
No. He accepted Defence advice. And he said...
So Minister Feeney told us to redo our homework.
Yep.
And include the Air Force.
Yep.
And the other members of Defence who were employed at Butterworth at the time.
Yes.
Not just the 132 members of Rifle Company Butterworth.
Yes.
So to do a more thorough assessment.
Yep. And when you look at that assessment, it still comes back to saying, the analysis, well, the wording's slightly different, but it basically says the advice was put to Minister Bilson without adequate research. It was based on selective facts put forward by junior officers from the RCB. Never once does it say Here are some other facts which, if they had been considered, would lead to a different conclusion. Never once does it say where those junior officers got it wrong. Never once does it say why their views were subjective. And when you go and look at the RCB Review Group submission, it's not a series of anecdotes about individual service. It's essentially quoting defence documents and making an argument based on it. Now, I'm not saying the argument was necessarily right, but it doesn't warrant the criticism that was made of it, in my view.
Well, I disagree that that is a description of the defence didn't put those pieces into those submissions.
Well, if you can point them out to me, I'd be really grateful, because I can't find them.
Chair, it is your interpretation of those defence documents. We have a different view on that interpretation. Mr. Cross brought from the RCB Review Group, brought forward the error to our attention in the first place, highlighting those weaknesses, which we then reviewed.
He brought forward the weakness that the determinations, the VEA determinations, hadn't been registered.
Right.
He didn't bring forward and suggest that their submission was subjective, selective, lacking in any way. Why would he?
He quite correctly addressed the issue of not including the Air Force members at Butterworth and other members of the ADF.
Exactly.
That's the point that I'm making. Nothing more.
Oh,
nothing more.
No. And bear in mind, I'm not focusing on the other RAF members at this point, because our terms of reference are RCB. As I said yesterday, we can make other recommendations, and we may well make a recommendation that, having regard to what Defence wrote at the time, consideration should now be given to including other personnel within instruments under the VEA.
I'm sorry, Chair. We just heard from our witnesses from the Air Force yesterday at some length. We've had many discussions about our Air Force participation, the shared defence plan, and so on and so on. Yeah. So we're not talking about the Air Force involvement at all, or we are.
Well, we're talking about.
It's pretty clear.
We're talking about the history, but what I'm saying to you is, read our terms of reference. They require us to consider recognition of RCB service.
4 medals.
4 medals and related to that. Now, you can argue, if you want, that RAF service for like purposes is related to RCB service. If you want to run that argument, I'm happy to hear it. But our primary focus is on RCB, not RAF. The gentleman who gave evidence yesterday, their evidence was primarily, I think, about their interreactions with RCB, because RCB obviously worked with and to the RAF base commander.
They're under his command.
Yeah, well,
Control. And Chair, can I confirm that our focus is on medals for RCB?
Our focus is on recognition for RCB. Now, the fact is that in the history of it all, conditions of service, VEA recognition and medallic recognition all get brought into the mix. And we can't look at things in isolation. We've got to look at things in the big picture. And that's what's happened all along. And if we're only looking at medals, why are we talking about nature of service?
Because you brought it up, Chair.
No.
Reference is very clear.
No. The CDF brought it up in his submission. to us. It's the whole, everything is interrelated.
I don't see any other things on your terms of reference, but
No,
I understand your, well, the
Yeah.
terms of reference are very clear.
yeah,
It
and
doesn't say and other things.
read matters related to. And if you read the Act, you'll see the capacity for the tribunal to look at other things.
I
So,
don't doubt that's okay.
yeah.
So we're at
So-
2009.
Yeah, so and then we get into 2010 and 11 and 2014. And that says, all of that says, it should remain classified as peacetime, notwithstanding that it had been classified as non-warlike for medals and non-warlike for VEA. But the significant point, I think, is that the basis on which defence criticised, it's never criticised as far as I know, the grant of the ASM. The basis on which it criticised the Bilson instruments was that the RCB submission was not subjected to sufficient research by defence, was selective, and came from junior officers who happened to be on the ground, unlike those who in the department that wrote reviews in 10, 11, 14, who, as far as I know, had no RCB service, and who focused predominantly on what was the purpose of RCB deployment. And that focus on the purpose always recognised the security role that the RCB was to play. Sometimes listed it in a different order of the three purposes that were identified, but was always a recognised purpose. And when you go to definitions, the order of purpose is not there. There's nothing in the definitions that says service the primary purpose of which is, or anything like that. So it's when we come to look at the contention that you're now putting to us, it stands in stark contrast to what happened up to 2007. It is consistent with what was done in 10, 11, 14 and subsequently I don't think there's any more reviews, but there's a lot of letters written by ministers on defence advice that says it's peacetime. But I can't see, and I've lost a lot of sleep over this, any analysis in there about why it's peacetime, why it was not non-warlike as previously declared. I've heard you say, oh, we did all that, but I really ask you to point the documents to me that show it, because I can't find them.
So you're disregarding your own tribunal's review of 2010, 2011?
The tribunal review
and
in
all of the assessment that was done there?
No, I'm not disregarding it. What I'm saying to you, I disregard Clark because I don't think the reasons hold.
Well,
I note Clark. I don't disregard it. I don't ignore it, but I don't think it carries substantive weight.
so you're deciding that that's no good, so you're just ignoring.
No, I'm not deciding it's no good. I recognise what he said, but I also look at the reasons he gave. And if the conclusion without decent reasoning doesn't carry much weight. And if you look at his reasoning, A, I think it misconstrues the nature of RCB service, and B, it says, well, you could have done this in peacetime in Australia.
Right.
That doesn't mean that it's not non-warlike or not warlike. You don't stop training and garrison duty when you move into a non-warlike state, do you?
I'm not sure I understand the framing of the question, Chair.
Well, what don't you understand?
Well, ask the question around medallic recognition or against nature of service. But putting them together and asking that question is incongruous.
Can you explain why?
Well, because they're different things.
Well, Cabinet said the same definitions apply to them.
In 1993.
Indeed. And in 2018, the Minister, on your advice, I mean yours personally, Defence advice, approved new definitions which were to apply only for nature of service for future deployments. And implicit in that is the previous definitions remain on foot for the consideration of prior service. So where do these things differ if they've got the same definitions?
Are we talking about medallic recognition or are we talking about nature of service?
I'm
Are we talking about before?
I'm not drawing a
operational
distinction.
Deployment, or are we talking about recognition of service after the deployment?
Okay,
Medals.
if you try to draw that distinction, I don't believe it's necessarily correct. I certainly accept that in the ordinary course, prior to deployment, the minister should make or not make a declaration of warlike or non-warlike in order to trigger conditions of service.
Right.
And at some stage, and you wouldn't expect it to be prior to service, the minister can make a determination under the VEA that service is warlike or non-warlike, or he can leave it as peacetime. And at some stage, and you certainly wouldn't expect it prior to service, there can be a recommendation to the Governor-General and a declaration by the Governor-General that service is warlike or non-warlike. But if the same definitions apply in all those circumstances, what difference does it make whether the consideration is given prior to or post-deployment? I don't see how there's any difference if the definitions are the same.
So the circumstances on a deployment and what happens on the deployment operation, what happens once those conditions occur, support medallic recognition.
No.
Yes, they do. So
The definition supports medallic recognition according to the Cabinet. If it meets the definition, Cabinet said that's the test for declaration under the ASM regs, in this case, ASM regs, and the 74, 75 ones as well. The definitions don't talk about declaring an operation to be warlike or non-warlike in which certain things have happened. They talk about declaring an operation to be warlike or non-warlike, depending upon the risk and the likelihood or expectation of casualties, prospective things. That's what the definitions talk about. They don't talk about past events, they talk about prospectively, in the same way as you're saying, and correctly I believe, that you determine conditions of service prospectively. We've got three separate things: conditions of service, veterans' entitlements, medallic recognition. But 1993, Cabinet said, same definitions.
The Chair, it's not a requirement under the medallic recognitions to hold to that particular point. And in fact, there's subsequent elements that remove that nexus there.
Well, let's talk about those. Tell me what they are. Where does, do you mean that the definitions are no longer applicable to medallic?
Well, the 1993 definitions have certainly been replaced subsequently. There's the 2018 definition.
No. The 2018 definitions specifically say they are nature of service for future operations.
Yes.
They haven't replaced the 1993 definitions.
That's not what the government thinks.
Well, that's what the Chief of the Defence Force said to the Minister and what the Minister approved
When you
in 2018. Read the minute. It's there in black and white.
I'm not sure what minute you're referring to there, Chair.
Well, it's a minute you gave us. It's the minute from the Chief of the Defence Force to Minister McCain recommending the adoption of the 2018 definitions. And it says, these are to apply for nature of services purposes to future deployments.
For nature of service.
For nature of service.
Right.
So it doesn't talk about medallic. It's maybe ambiguous about whether it talks about veterans, but it doesn't talk about medals.
But we haven't been holding to the 1993 definitions for medallic purposes.
Well, you say that, and I don't quite know on what authority you say that. Well, I know you say at a number of times that for medals, non-warlike means other than warlike. I can't find any authoritative source for that proposition.
The 2000 cabinet decision, Chair,
2000 cabinet decision?
to remove the nexus.
Well, that says, let's amend the VEA to take out medals as a qualifying factor for veterans' entitlements. Doesn't say anything about medals. And if you look at the VEA today, there are still a number of VEA entitlements that hinge on having a medal. So that cabinet decision appears not to have been implemented, but it didn't talk about medals.
It referred to removing the nexus.
Yeah, and look, there is no necessary nexus between nature of service, VEA, and medals. They are three separate legal things. Getting one doesn't automatically entitle you to the others. You've got to get three actions by the Minister or the Governor-General to get, and they're quite separate in that sense. But nowhere can I find anything that says the 93 definitions do not apply to the issuance of medals. If you've got something, please produce it, but you haven't done it yet. I've gone through everything you've given us in great detail, as have my colleagues, and we can't find it.
So I don't believe that's true.
No. So the 2001 briefing that was provided to, I think, Assistant Minister, trying to recall, Minister Assisting Minister for Defence, idea of medals policy.
Oh, yeah, happy to talk about that. Interesting paper. It doesn't, nowhere in that paper does it say we recommend a different definition for the award of the ASM. It refers to and attaches the 93 definitions. it says a lot of things, some of which are just plain wrong. Says the 93 definitions came about after a negotiation between Defence and Cabinet. That can't be right. They came about after a consideration by Cabinet of a submission put forward by the Minister, not Defence. Might have been written by Defence. It has a number of factual errors in it. It says, it complains about anomalies awarded from the awards of various medals, makes a reference to Butterworth, which appears not to be a reference to RCB service, because at the time the paper's written, RCB service hadn't been awarded the ASM. I think it had been agreed to be awarded, but not awarded. And it talks about service at Butterworth as having various luxuries such as servants, which I think might have come as news to the gentleman at the table here. It says, it complains that what should be an ADF matter has become a political matter. But that seems to have a major misconception of the nature of medallic recognition. Medallic recognition comes about when the Prime Minister recommends the creation of a medal and the Sovereign agrees, and then the regulations for a medal such as the ASM say that the Minister makes a recommendation to the Governor-General, who declares an operation to be non-warlike. It's not the CDF that does, or the ADF that does any of that. These decisions are made by politicians, and in that sense are political, but I don't think they're a matter for complaint. It says that when the ASM was created, the Chiefs of Service decided that certain categories of service should attract the ASM, suggests that service outside those categories has been granted the ASM, suggests that that's political. Well, you know, ministers as politicians have that role. And it then suggests that going forward, certain categories of service should be recognised by the ASM. And in doing that, it appears to have an internal inconsistency in that it says, in every case, there's a declaration by the Minister of non-warlike, which seems to be an essential criterion. But then in the next paragraph, seemingly inconsistently, it says whether you can give an ASM where the Minister hasn't declared it to be non-warlike. Now, the only declaration of warlike that the Minister makes relates to conditions of service, doesn't relate to medals, doesn't relate to VEA. And the paper doesn't talk about VEA. So is that an unintended inconsistency in the paper? If you look at what the department put to the tribunal in its 2010-11 inquiry, it gave a list of the service that would attract the ASM. Never talks about service where there hasn't been a ministerial declaration, which suggests that that was an unintended inconsistency in the 2001 paper. And an alternative interpretation is, well, in every case where there has been a ministerial declaration of non-warlike, we'll grant an ASM. But in some other cases, in some additional cases, we might grant support an ASM, notwithstanding that it hasn't been declared non-warlike for nature of service. Doesn't clearly put that view, but it's a possible interpretation. It's an ambiguity. That might be rational in some cases. So, and indeed, in the 93 Cabinet decision, it specifically said conditions of service, agreed conditions of service under the new regime will be for future deployments. We're not going to reopen conditions of service for past deployments. They were sorted out under the old regime. Applying that same logic, you could say, well, when you come along to look at retrospective ASMs, we're not going to reopen conditions of service, but we can look at granting an ASM, notwithstanding that it hasn't been declared non-warlike for ASM purposes. That might be a realistic policy proposition. It's not clear from the paper. Then you look at the other circumstances that the paper, pardon me, sets out as being cases in which an ASM ought be issued. And some of those, it clearly states that in these circumstances, provided it meets the definition, and in others, it seems to suggest that you can grant an ASM even if it doesn't meet. So one of those, and I think it's probably the only one, is where service has been recognised by a foreign medal or an international medal. So at the end of the day, when we look at that paper, we think, A, it doesn't talk about the double ASM. B, it doesn't propose any different definition of non-warlike. C, it doesn't say the 93 definition should not apply. And it's highly ambiguous about what it says is the way forward. So we're just in a position where that paper doesn't seem to say much of relevance.
So, Chair, I'd say that the paper highlights that there has been a drift away from what you're referring to in the 93 Cabinet decision, and it does make a recommendation which was agreed in relation to the awarding of the ASM.
Yeah, and the recommendation is ambiguous to the extent that it tends to say, but not clearly, if there's been a drift away, let's bring it back to the 93 definition. Because you look at the categories.
I don't think it's saying take it back to the 93.
Well, you look at the categories, some of them, at least it says, so long as it meets the 93 definition. Not in those terms, but it cross-references it. There's one that's out there, this international medal thing, that seems to be an outlier. The paper's just...
I think it's expressed in quite different terms to the 93 definition, Chair.
Right, I don't think so.
Dr. Robards, can I just ask you to speak a little closer to the microphone?
Sure. Yeah. That may be.
You know, I think this is an important conversation because on our analysis to date of everything you've given us, There's the 93 definitions, which talk about risk and expectation. They talk prospectively, not historically. There is no recommendation endorsed by government to change those definitions. There is a paper that was agreed by the minister. Don't want to downplay that, it was agreed, that I think is highly ambiguous, that doesn't suggest any different definition, and that is, you can't work out whether it's suggesting that the medal ought to be given in circumstances that don't meet the definition, and in other parts it clearly says that they should meet the definition.
Chair, can we ask Dr. Rodard to expand on what he thinks the essence of the proposition is in that paper? You sort of suggested that it was propositioning something quite different. Can you just expand on what you think that is?
Thank you. So I'm making reference to paragraph 27 of that particular paper there, where it talks about the conditions or the expectations where the ASM would be awarded. It's not specifically, sorry, I'm not sure if I'm too close and getting feedback now. It's not specifically looking to define non-warlike. It's seeking to define where the ASM could be awarded.
But bear in mind, the regulations say you can only give an ASM where it is non-warlike. So it drives you to say, what's the definition of non-warlike?
The regulations that were signed prior to there being a definition of warlike and
Yep, and Cabinet came along afterwards and said, in applying those regulations, these are the definitions.
And a minister later said, we are now applying this for the ASM.
Yeah, but he doesn't say, in adopting this paper, he doesn't say there's a new definition. You can't point me to another definition. In approving this paper, the minister apparently agrees that the ASM can be awarded in certain circumstances. But as a matter of law, you can't have a declaration of an operation for the purposes of issuing an ASM unless the operation is non-warlike. So you need a definition. And this paper says the definitions are attached, and they're the 93 definitions. And 2018 didn't change that.
Change it retrospectively, change it going forward.
Yeah.
Didn't change it retrospectively.
No, it's precisely the point. And it changed it only for nature of service and arguably veterans, but not medallic. So at the moment, it would seem, and it's outside the scope of our inquiry, but it would seem that the 93 definition stands for medals going forward. Because it wasn't changed in 2018. There was no change in definition in this paper. So when we come to look at what you put today as RCB service not being non-warlike, I say again, it's contrary to the history up to 2007. It's consistent with history post that date, but the history post that date doesn't seem to give good reasons for saying that the prior history was wrong So, you know, that's the mindset in which we come to look at what you say today.
When you say, when we look at what we say today, you're referring to the
Your
31st of January submission
Yes.
and the homework that you sent for us to do to describe nature of the assertion of facts and nature of service against the 93 and 2018 definitions. So what to sum up what you've just covered there, your terms of reference is going to expand outside the scope of medallic recognition. We're not considering Air Force, other personnel and ADF deployed on Butterworth, 1970 and 1989.
Well, we might consider, I didn't say that. I said we may consider that in the report in terms of exercising our power to make a recommendation on other matters. And bear in mind, back in 2006, Defence said RCB ought to be non-warlike for the VA, and we ought to pick up the RAF personnel. The instruments didn't do it. Then Defence said, once it realised that, let's change them to add them in. And that seems to us to be something that requires further consideration. It's not specifically within our terms of reference, but we may well make a recommendation that that consideration ought to be given. Because the Defence position then, and I don't think you're saying anything different today, is that the RAF personnel were performing a similar function.
Correct.
Yeah. So if RCB qualifies for certain consideration, then relevant RAF people, prima facie, sure, it's a matter that needs consideration.
I'll keep going.
Yep.
And I agree with you. I don't think we should be talking about separate groups of people, although I understand the focus of today's and the hearing and the inquiry is RCB. But Defence is very, very clear, and we've put submissions to you many times that if you're going to consider RCB, you should also be considering the other people deployed at Butterworth in the time period 1970 and 1989.
Yeah, and we may, and I'm not disagreeing with you, I'm just saying we may have to do that in exercise of the power in the Act rather than exercise the terms of reference.
Thank you for clarifying that, Chair. You are focused on the 1993 definitions of the nature of service to consider medallic recognition in the consideration of RCB service.
Seems to, I think that's a fair summary. I don't know that that means we should disregard the 2018 definitions, although they clearly in their terms do not apply.
You've just spent half an hour saying that they don't apply. All I've done is summarise what I think.
No, but
you've just been saying for 45 minutes.
But we can look at them to see whether they might add anything that would help in the interpretation of the 93 definitions and help in the identification of warlike, non-warlike peacetime service.
So, Chair, I'd have to say, and you probably hear, and I'm sure everybody else is little frustration where you're selecting particular things to choose to consider. So Clark is no good. 2018 is no good, but we're going to use part of 2018 and none of Clark.
No, I think you're misrepresenting that. I don't choose to disregard Clark. We have full regard to Clark, but we assess what he says about his reasons for his conclusion. And we don't think they are persuasive. That's clearly a valid proposition, in my view. We are contemplating having regard to the 2018 definitions. I mean, the CDF put them in his submission to us, so we ought to think about them. When we look at them, the submission to the minister that approved them says they're not relevant to RCB or they're not applicable to RCB service. but I don't see why we couldn't have regard to what they say to see if they throw any blinding light on how the words warlike and non-warlike might be interpreted in the regulations that we're looking at. That's the ASM, AASM regulations.
Chair, if I may. If I may.
I'd like to continue this because this is important. We're talking about the defence response to the definition, so let's stick with it. I will not stop you having you say later. So you got further?
No, Chair, no,
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify the
Okay.
three elements of the things that we're talking
Okay.
about to anchor what might be
Yeah.
the next conversation, so
Okay.
that we are very, very clear about well, I'm trying to get some clarity around what we are going to be prepared to talk about next.
Yeah,
And
look,
to frame, so it's very important to me,
yeah,
personally, as a 40-year professional in this uniform, that we are talking about all of the people who are involved here, not just a small group, although I accept the terms of reference, you've opened those up and Defence has asked that you consider that. And I was very concerned about the caveats that you were putting around
Yeah.
those earlier remarks.
I'm not saying we're not considering the other people.
No,
I'm
you've made that clear.
saying we might have to deal with them somewhat differently because of the legal constraints that we operate under.
Thank you for the clarification.
Now,
Chair,
so when we go to, and all that was by way of history, right? And that's why we asked you to come back to us with an assessment of the uncontested facts against the 93 definitions. So when we look at your assessment, you say it's non-warlike and you go through the elements.
So the assessment in 2000, so what year are we now? And
No, I'm talking about your January submission, right?
so we didn't, well, I haven't said in there, or we haven't indicated in there that it's non-warlike.
You say that it is not non-warlike.
Correct?
Yeah.
That's not what you said a moment ago. You said it's not, you said it's non-warlike.
Well, if I said that, I misspoke.
Okay.
To use a terrible phrase. I was
It's a
wrong.
challenging set of
Yeah,
words.
yeah.
The
Yeah.
definition for non-warlike.
Yep.
Is not. So if you use the
Let's be perfectly clear. Your January submission says in paras 224 to 243, I think it is. No, I've got that wrong again. Let me get the right paras. 224 to 2.30 that RCB service did not meet the 93 non-warlike definition. Okay? That's what you said?
so you asked us to do an assessment.
Yep.
From 1970 to 1989,
Yep.
standing in 2022
Yep.
to put these definitions against the assertion of facts and the definitions of 1993
Yes.
and 2018 against each of the definitions,
Yes.
warlike, non-warlike.
Yep.
And then in 2018, warlike, non-warlike and peacetime.
Yes. And you've done that, and we're grateful to you for it because we thought,
But the context of it was you asked us to assess that
yes,
and we've assessed that
yes,
and provided that homework to you.
exactly. If you want to call it homework.
Task.
Chair, can I just go to the 93 cabinet decision here?
Yeah.
So you're saying that the 93 cabinet decision provided a definition of warlike and non-warlike for medallic purposes.
Yep.
I actually think it's saying something different.
Well, wait a bit decision.
I don't think it's actually defined warlike and non-warlike for medallic purposes.
It says
Can you refer us to a
the
document? Chair?
recommendation for the award of medals would be aligned to the definitions of warlike and non-warlike service.
So recommendation for the
award of medals would be aligned to the definitions. If that doesn't mean the definitions apply to medals, what does it mean?
it means that when the government makes a recommendation to the Governor-General that they would align it. It's not saying that. So the regulations signed by the Queen does not actually define the warlike and non-warlike.
No, of course it doesn't. But what it says is that when the minister makes a recommendation to the Governor-General for the declaration of an operation, he will use these definitions, he or she.
And the minister later changed how they would make a recommendation
Where?
in 2001.
No, it didn't. The definitions remain exactly the same, and the paper is grossly ambiguous about what it was really saying, in my view.
1993 defined warlike and non-warlike for nature of service.
Yep.
And said that in
And
making
for nature of service and veterans and medals.
I'll hold on that last part. Defined for the purpose of nature of service, veterans' entitlements, and then said that when we make a recommendation to the Governor-General for medallic purposes, we will look to these definitions here.
We will align the recommendation.
We will align.
Surely that means we'll adopt the definition. I don't think it says we'll have a think about it and then decide something else.
It didn't define it. It said it would align.
Yeah. Align to the definition.
I guess the point I'm trying to make here, Chair, is the Cabinet was looking for a way to guide its future recommendations for those awards. And it later, in 2001, said that we've had these other factors and it's gone a bit blurred and so on, and that we will now look to those criteria that were outlined in that 2001 paper for the award of the ASM. The point that I'm making is that it wasn't removing a definition from 1993. 93, it said it would align to something later on. It's still looking to that, but it's got other factors that are taken into account.
Well, that's where I have a problem, because I don't think it clearly says that. I think it is a very confused and confusing paper. It doesn't suggest any different definition. It doesn't. It is internally ambiguous in a number of respects, and it, in some respects, says that, let me find one, that this circumstance applies, will support a medal in this circumstance, so long as it can be declared under the regs.
The problem that we've got is that the medal regulations don't define warlike and non-warlike. So the government is looking for a way to determine in what circumstances those awards should be made.
And it found a way in 93.
And it added further details in 2001.
You say that. I have great trouble reading that into the paper because
the minister signed it, Chair.
Complexity and ambiguity. Yeah, but the minister signed it, I agree. I acknowledge that. But what did the paper actually say? What does it mean? And it's ambiguous. And it's, also got a whole lot of errors in it that make you think, well, you know, what faith can we place in this paper? So let's. I mean, you know, I hear what you're saying. We'll give consideration to that, but and if you want to make any further submission to it, please do. But you know, after in writing on that. But let's get to what you said in your homework about how RCB service measures up against the 93 definition. Now, where is it? You say that.
Sorry, can you tell us where you're referring to there? Please?
Okay, it's your submission, para 2.27. And in para A, you say, you quote from the definition, there is a risk with the assigned tasks. And you say JIO, or was assessed the threat of communist attack on airbase Butterworth as low and unlikely. And there may well be some argument about the use of those words, but that implicitly accepts that there was a risk, doesn't it? You're not saying there was no risk of attack by communist terrorists. So there was risk associated, right? Do you disagree with that?
Chair, there's a risk in everything that we do.
Yeah,
We're utilising.
we're looking at a definition.
We're utilising the available evidence of the in the 70s and 80s.
Yep.
To provide advice against that phrase in that definition.
Yep.
It's not asking us whether there was risk or not. You're asking us to define what we knew at that time. So in 2022, looking back at records of the 1970 and 1989, the risk associated with the assigned tasks, according to those assessments, was low and unlikely.
But nevertheless, nevertheless, a risk.
I would dispute that.
No, don't, please. I said that there can be argument about the words. Let's leave it. You're not saying there was no risk. You accept there was a risk of a CT attack?
No, Chair.
You don't?
So I'm quoting what we have in the submission. Low and unlikely.
Yeah. Low says to me, there's a risk. I rate it as low, but it's a risk. The definition says there is risk. Well, that element seems to be met. The definition says application of force is limited to self-defence. We've had a lot of discussion about rules of engagement.
Where are you at now?
Same para. You say Rifle Company Butterworth rules of engagement were defensive. Seems that
A2.
Thank you.
Yeah, seems that element of the definition is met. Casualties could occur, but are not expected, is the next element.
So let's just go back to A2, please, Chair.
Yeah.
You're stating things that I have on my record here of a particular paragraph and then making a comment against the paragraph to either say you agree or disagree with what it says. Is that what you're doing now? You're going to go through each paragraph and state, I'm going to agree or disagree, I think it's rubbish, or have a...
I haven't used the word rubbish. I'm trying to understand what you are saying to us. And you have said at paragraph 2.30
Yep.
that RCB service did not meet the elements of the 1993 non-warlike definition.
It's the key elements of the 1993 non-warlike definition, correct?
Did not meet the elements of the 1993 non-warlike definition is what you said.
I think that is at the end.
Yep.
In the summary.
Yep,
So that's
And
jumping to 230.
yep, that's
It is assessed
230.
that Rifle Company Butterworth
Now,
Service
To
did
get
not
to
meet the
that,
elements of 1993 non-warlike definition, therefore remains classified as peacetime service. Right?
that's what you said.
That's what's
So
in
now I'm trying to understand how you get to that proposition, and that would seem to be the various preceding paragraphs. And you go through elements of the definition that you quote in 2.24. An element of the definition is there is risk associated with the assigned tasks. And you say, well, the assessment was low. That seems to me to be saying there was a risk, but it was low. That seems to me to be saying, well, that element of the definition is met. Do you disagree with that?
Chair, the 93 definitions didn't have peacetime.
The 93 definitions they do refer to peacetime. There's not a definition of peacetime.
Yeah.
But they refer to it. They clearly infer that there is a third category of service, warlike, non-warlike, peacetime. The CDF in his minute in 2018 confirms that. So I'm just trying to do this little bit by little bit, the Lego blocks. We've got if you go through the elements of the definition, risk associated with the assigned task, that seems to be met. You seem to confirm that.
We confirm that it was low and unlikely.
Yeah. But
The threat assessment, so the risk associated,
yeah,
it looks at many things.
yes, except
And
all
the
that.
two that are highlighted here, the threat assessment being low and the rules of engagement being defensive only for security reasons.
Yep.
Are artifacts to support the assessment of that risk.
Yes. And so if you go back to the definition, it's non-warlike if you've got a risk associated with the assigned task and the application of force is limited to self-defence. And casualties could occur but are not expected. That's the elements of the definition. So if you say that there's a risk, and if you say you've got defensive rules of engagement, then surely that part of the definition is met. The next bit, casualties could occur but are not expected. I don't know that you talk about casualties in your homework, but do you say that casualties were impossible if you've got an attack? I can't see how you could say that, but do you say that?
You're asking for an absolute around many things.
I'm not saying
No.
would they occur, I'm saying could they occur?
Not saying would, you're saying could.
Yeah, because that's what the definition says. Casualties could occur, but are not expected. Do you say if there was an attack on Butterworth by CTs, casualties could not occur?
I don't think anybody could say that, Chair.
No, I don't think that. I think that's precisely right. And if if you've said that, then the definition's met. You got a risk, self-defence ROE, casualties could occur. There's the definition. It's met. The rest of the definition, which talks about hazardous and peacekeeping, they are examples. They are not the only categories of service that could qualify to meet the definition. But if you go to hazardous, and I think it's common ground that peacekeeping doesn't apply. If you go to hazardous, activities exposing individuals or units to a degree of hazard above and beyond that of normal peacetime duty, such as some irrelevant ones, or other operations requiring the application of minimum force to effect the protection of personnel or property. Now, that seems to be met. And in that sense, that reaffirms where you get to on the first paragraph of where we get to on the first paragraph of the definition.
Sure.
Yep.
No, you finish your statement.
Yeah. So I don't see how hazardous is not met. It's not an essential element because it's only an example, but it seems to be met. And that was defence advice in 2006 to Minister Bilson. Interestingly, I note, and this is something I want to task you with some more homework, hazardous was introduced into the Repatriation Act 1920 in 1985. The second reading speech and the explanatory memorandum did not say in what sort of service was to be regarded as hazardous, left it up to the minister. The amendments that were put into the Act simply defined it as service declared by the minister to be hazardous. The 93 definitions seem to say, well, for hazardous, it will be activities exposing individuals or units to a degree of hazard above and beyond that of normal peacetime duty. That definition doesn't say how much above the hazard of normal peacetime duty, just says above.
And similarly, my question was going to be in relation to where there is risk associated.
Yeah.
So as Brigadier Holmes said, low and unlikely. I guess I'm just looking for what would be the threshold to apply. Are you suggesting?
It's not for us to say what the threshold is. We've got to work with the law and the policy. I noticed that New Zealand has what seems to be a relatively sophisticated 5-stage process, and it has a graduation of risk, and at certain risks it gets to certain levels, it gets to our equivalent of non-warlike, and at certain other levels it goes beyond to become warlike, but it's graduated. This definition doesn't appear to be graduated, it just says above. But the point I was going to come to was that at some stage, someone, I think in one of the subsequent NOSB reviews, I think that's where it is, inserted the word significantly above. And I was going to ask whether there is any legislative or cabinet or ministerial authority, not significant, substantially, for the insertion of that word. And it was just inserted as as part of the text in one of these reports. But later on, it's in ministerial correspondence, and it's put in inverted commas, suggesting that it's a quotation from something. And the phrase suddenly becomes, to be hazardous, it must be substantially more dangerous than normal peacetime service.
Sorry, where are you referring to now, Chair?
I'll have to find for you, and I will, where the word substantially first appears, but certainly in ministerial letters that you supplied to us quite recently, signed by Minister Chester, and there was a gaggle of letters in about 2013, I think. Attachment R sticks in my mind. This phrase suddenly appears in quotes. So my question for you is there any statutory, cabinet or ministerial authority for the proposition that to be hazardous, service must be substantially more dangerous than normal peacetime service? I can't find it. It's not in explanatory memoranda. It's not in second reading speeches. It's not in any of the cabinet decisions that I've seen. One of the issues about all this is that there aren't many adjectives in the definitions. There's not much about, gradation, and yet quite clearly service can go along a large ambit of danger. But the documents seem to just specify sort of indeterminate points and don't have clear definitions of cutover from one classification to another. The New Zealand system seems to be a bit different to the extent that we understand it. So, as I say, looking at the definition, the 1993 definition that you say that is not met, it just seems
Doesn't
to
meet
us,
the criteria of non-warlike.
seems to us they are met. There was
The defence position is to disagree. Your risk of attack scenario and the way that you characterise that, if the base is attacked and the threat is low and unlikely, then that is a correct characterisation. So you've added an element of activity against that phrase.
I don't think I've added anything. I think we're using the specific words of the definition. There is risk associated with the assigned task. And the application of force is limited to self-defence, and casualties could occur but are not expected. Now, there's going to be an argument about expectation. We'll come to that. But it seems to us that your proposition that RCB service did not meet the 93 definition of non-warlike just doesn't stand. And I did say that to you in November, that we thought the contest was between non-warlike and warlike, that peacetime was not an issue. And this just, to me, confirms it.
We also confirm that the comments you're making about the substantially word does not appear in this definition.
Yeah, it doesn't appear in the definition.
Right.
And so that's when it suddenly gets introduced in bureaucracy paper and in ministerial correspondence in quotations, I ask you, where's the authority for that? And if you can find it, beaut, but I can't.
You'll give us an indication of where you found it, though.
Yeah, I can do that pretty readily.
Sure.
Now,
So Chair, if I take it that any activity has a risk, you very quickly go down the path of something being normal, like
Well,
if there's any risk at all.
yeah, I think in context, it's got to be a risk of hostile attack of some sort. When you
okay,
does
so
it
now-
say that?
no, it doesn't say that. I'm saying that's why I said in context. I don't think it's
But that's not in
a
the
risk of
definition,
having a
yeah.
motor vehicle accident while driving to the service station. I'm not suggesting that qualifies to
So
meet
it's be a
a definition.
military activity.
It's got to be
Military
military.
activity.
Yes, they've got to be military activities. It's got to be short of warlike. So it's not any activity that's got a risk that meets this definition. It's got to be a military activity, and surely RCB service was a military activity.
Yes.
Yeah. So maybe I'm remiss in not having put that out there as one of the elements of the definition, but it's clear, it's there. So I just, well, you have some questions.
I do. I just want to sort of backcast from the conclusion you reach in para 230, so it doesn't mean it. And I'll start with, I'll go backwards. I'm looking at para 227 Charlie 1, which is in relation to other operations requiring the application of minimum force, blah, blah, blah. Your response outlines the rationale for the establishment of the GDOC, some of its functions, and you make the point that there was no record of a security emergency being declared at RAF Butterworth over the period. So can I clarify that by security emergency, you're referring to the fact there was never a security code red?
Correct.
Right, okay, so they're, in your mind, they're the same thing.
So and classified, I understand, as the word emergency.
Yeah.
Versus the others were.
Sure. No, I
not
just wanted to
using that
clarify that those were linked. So it appears to me reading at this that the logic in arriving at the fact that there was never a red is grounds for discounting the ability to comply with that part of the definition. In other words, what I think you're saying is because there was never a code red, and therefore never the physical application of force, you can't meet that definition. Is that actually the defence position? So you would, to be able to meet the intent or the spirit behind that says other operations requiring the application of minimum force, you would physically have to apply force. And if you don't physically ever apply force, then you cannot meet that part of the definition. Is that what it's saying? And if not, what is it that it's saying?
I'm just taking a moment to refer
Sure,
to the subsequent two examples that were provided.
Okay.
Can I indulge you to ask me the question again?
What I'm asking, the essence of your response is that there was never a security state red. And so I'm asking whether your view is that because there was never an emergency that might require the physical application of force, that element of the definition can't possibly be met. Is that the means by which you have reached the conclusion of para 230?
If I might just take out can't possibly be met. What this is giving examples of is that it wasn't met.
But the problem I have with that is that you've said to us a number of times, nature of service is assessed prior to deployment.
And you've asked me to look at it from
Yeah, I'm asking you to look at it in
reverse.
I'm asking you to look at it today by reference to the definition as it stood then, which means
As it's
looking at the
1993.
definition is prospective. The fact that things didn't happen is not relevant in the definition. It doesn't talk about service is warlike or non-warlike if certain things happened. It talks about service being warlike or non-warlike based on risk, expectation, possibility. So in this and others, you've in your homework, shouldn't use that phrase.
It was substantial.
You've
Sorry, wrong word. There was a lot to do, Chair.
yeah, and we value it, but you consistently talk about what actually happened. But the definitions don't talk about what happened. The definitions are prospective. They're about risk. They're about the nature of rules of engagement, and they're about the expectation or prospect, a possibility of casualties. So the fact that it didn't happen seems to me doesn't change the nature of the service properly assessed by reference to the definition.
I just want to be absolutely clear that we're talking about the same thing, because I'm not quite sure that we are. The task that we were given is to provide a detailed, in-depth analysis of Rifle Company Butterworth service by reference to the uncontested assertions of fact and the terms of each of the definitions.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
So to do that, we've utilised, as all of the submissions do, the historical record.
Yeah, and a lot of the
So the historical
the
record
bits-
is the anchor point. We agreed that
Yep.
we were going to use that. Submission
Yes.
66.
and
8,000
the
pages.
historical, you've got to pick from the uncontested facts those that are relevant to the definition.
Or that favour a particular definition,
No,
or that provide
are
an example
relevant.
of the
that are,
definition.
that are relevant. Now, look, I don't think it's contested by anyone that there wasn't a counter-terrorist attack on the base. But that is an historical fact. But is it relevant to the definition? Definition talks about risk, expectation. So that's a fact, but it's not relevant to the definition. There's a lot of uncontested facts about what they were told and what they were expecting and so on and so forth in pre-deployment briefing. Those things may be relevant, but what actually happened, I don't see how it's relevant.
Just getting back to the question, I'll paraphrase it as simply as I can.
No. But I guess what has been provided here in terms of an answer is in the framework of the historical record.
I accept that, but the logic that allows you to arrive at the conclusion at para 230 seems to indicate that by virtue of there never having been a security code read, that element of the definition is not met. Is that the defence position?
That's the way that we answered the question as it was posed using the historical record.
Okay.
So
So
we
that's
weren't
a
in a
yes.
position, yes, we were not in a position to discount all of the historical record and start from 1993, 2022. Right, so the thing that you
I
asked us
understand
to
that,
do,
but in essence, what you're saying is that because there was never a code read, one cannot possibly meet that element of the definition.
the application of full view?
There are many examples that are articulated in this document beyond that one example. There are.
All right, but I'm referring
there are
to your
another 9
response.
paragraphs.
You've provided a response that basically says in relation to that element of the definition, there was
Yep.
never a security code read. Ergo, jump forward to para 230, the definition was not met. Now, you've also discounted the ability to meet the or the hazardous service by virtue of the low and unlikely above. We'll come to that in a moment. But you seem to have discounted it on 2 bases, one of which is there was never a security code read, and further above that, there wasn't a risk associated with it, as we've already addressed. Let's just draw a line under this one, because I think you've acknowledged that the defence position is that because there was never a security code read, that element of the definition can't be met. That's what you've just
In the context of the question
Yes.
that was put to defence and the way that it was framed for using the information retrospectively.
Look, let's be quite clear. I don't think we're criticising what was written. We're not suggesting that what you said in this document was wrong. There is a question about whether it changes the application of the definition to RCB service.
I'm just trying to understand the logic
Yeah.
in your response.
The definition speaks prospecting. Now, we've all, and this tribunal frequently has, the difficulty of applying tests that may be prospective in nature where you have the benefit of hindsight. We know that there wasn't an attack.
And
we know
is
that
determined before the operation occurred.
Exactly. So for the definition for nature of service, you've got to look at it prospectively. And so you don't know that there's not going to be an attack. You see that there's a risk of an attack and you assess the level of the risk. Depending on the level of the risk, you might have an expectation of casualties, or you might think there's a possibility. You're probably not going to think there's impossible. You'll write your ROEs by reference to your assessment of the risk.
Right.
But you're doing all that prospectively. And then that's nature of service. And then we've got a cabinet decision that says you use the same definitions, these prospective focused definitions for VEA and metals. That's, I accept, subject to your proposition that the government somehow changed that in 2001 with the Where Are We Going paper. And you've heard our views on that. And if you want to say more about that in a later submission, happy to receive it. But be aware that at this stage, we don't think that holds. So, as I say, we're not criticising the fact that you put these things in there, but when I got to those parts of the paper, I wrote, so what? Because it doesn't change the prospective nature. Knowledge of hindsight doesn't change the assessment that was made, that would have been made prospectively.
Chair, I guess in relation to that, the 2 examples that are provided under that Charlie hazardous paragraph, so it then goes on subpara 2 examples of the activity. They're from post-activity reports that are made during that 20-year period that's in consideration. So this is not looking in hindsight. This is looking at
things that happen
specific reflections during that period of time.
Accept all that. And,
so that element of is not looking back in hindsight and going, hey, GDOC was never called out. In reference to, was this hazardous? We've highlighted a couple of examples there.
And equally, at the time that if someone had been doing it, a prospective assessment was made in 1970. People would have known that there were Air Force personnel living off base, that they had families with them, that there were or were not restrictions on what they could do and all those sort of things. But the definition says, we've got a military activity short of warlike operations where there is a risk associated with the assigned task, where the application of force is limited to self-defence, where casualties could occur. That's the test. And I don't think any of those facts that were known at the time would have changed the assessment that would have been made prospectively. We're all doing this after the event. That's the nature of our job. We've got to do it. So I have to say to you that we think your contention that RCB service does not meet the 93 definition of non-warlike is not right. We can't accept that. The question whether it is warlike, which is what the veterans are seeking, is a quite separate issue, and we can move on to your January submission in that regard. Is that a...
I'm happy to move on.
Yeah.
The question I was going to ask applies equally to warlike.
Yeah. Now it's 10:45. Do we want to break for 15 minutes? Stretch legs and
Good idea.
have other forms of comfort, and then come back at 11 and we'll kick on. Just looking forward, I think we're realistically going to have to wrap up at about 3 o'clock, because I know there's people have to meet planes and so on. So we will have only a short lunch break, and we're going to have to try to cram a lot in. But I think a deal of what we've done so far, it's all valuable, and I think it covers a number of the items on the agenda. It's not while we've been focusing on that first assessment against the 93 definition, I think it does extend out to some of the others. Okay.
Coming back.
Just before we leave non-warlike, Mr. Fulcher was wanting to say something and I put him on hold.
Me as well, Chair.
All right, so long as it's brief.
I only know brief.
Okay. Mr. Fulcher.
Yeah, thank you. All I was going to say when I interrupt or try to interrupt was that the veterans have never denied that the RAAF were involved in this, that should be included in this. We've always argued that they should be included, and they were included for the ASM. So there's that. The other thing was about the 2018 versus 1993. I agree with the chair because the ministerial advice says that the 2018 don't detract from the 1993 definitions, but they do provide extra clarification on how that to be interpreted, basically.
Yep. All right. Thank you for what you said and for being brief. Mr. Kelly, you wanted to.
I wish I was going to be as brief as Mr. Fulcher, but Chair, on your bottom history, the terms of reference of Moore and Clark didn't extend to 1989 in its determination of service at RCB, only the very start of it. But the entire period that RCB claims have been made has been characterised by defence, and this is the case for Moore and Clark. Moore and Clark could only operate on what information was provided to them, as any inquiry can. Defence has characterised their part in all of this by not being able to find information, by withholding information, I believe, and not being full and frank in their disclosures. We've provided information that they can't find, yet it's their information. The reference to the comments that the earlier submissions by RCB claimants that they were, selective and junior officers and that sort of stuff, very similar to the New Zealand response prior to the more recent review, where there was written in one report, how dare these fellows challenge the decision of a senior officer. Then when New Zealand took it out of away from the joint working review, they suddenly had a change of heart. So, the only other thing I was going to say was that Moore's approach was, and I agree with this, where there's an anomaly or an ambiguity, don't punish the digger on the ground.
Okay, well, we'll take those as comments, and I'm sure Defence would disagree with some of what you said in characterising their approach. I just would correct you. More terms of reference did limit him to FESR.
Yes.
Clark didn't. Clark was could and did range up to what was then current day. I don't think Clark had a limitation.
I beg your pardon.
Yeah.
I'll withdraw that.
So Clark, I think, did consider the full period of RCB service. Mr. Marsh, I'll give you 30 seconds.
All I was going to say when you were talking before, and I was going to hit him over the head then with the glasses, you've obviously read the stuff that goes back to 2001, and in the 2001 report there's correspondence from an Air Commodore McLennan that talks about the recommendation for the ASM to 1989.
Yep.
Being consistent with CEDA Principle 3,
Yep.
being in accord with that metals policy.
Yep.
And they also says consistent with the important principle established by Justice Moore that if persons are exposed to a threat identified by intelligence agents, it has to be operational service.
Yep.
That was what Defence said in 2001. I have seen no evidence or very scant evidence since that Defence have even acknowledged the rationale for that 2001 award.
All right, thank you for being brief. There's a gentleman up the back, so long as you're brief.
30 seconds, please.
Yep.
To all of the people here, I just like to confirm something. The meaning of the word align as per the Oxford Concise Dictionary. Align something with something, to arrange something in the correct position, or to be in the correct position in relation to something else, especially in a straight line.
Okay, thank you very much.
If I might, Chair.
Yeah,
So we acknowledge the remarks of the veterans and accept their view of the criticism. It's up to them to state their views, and we appreciate it's difficult. We had some difficulty with the last conversation in particular, and I'm keen just to highlight one particular thing around that, if you wouldn't mind. And then we seem to have skipped over the rules of engagement piece in the example of risk, which I'd also like to just highlight one particular element of that. But maybe you've already got that under consideration based on the documents we gave you yesterday around the quality of the rules of engagement and the things that were missing of the rules of engagement, namely identified enemy, declaration of war, and so on and so on. So we might get to that in the next conversation anyway.
I think undoubtedly we will.
Okay. So
I mean, there's been a lot said about rules of engagement.
Yeah.
And I don't particularly want to repeat all that, but there are relevant issues, yes.
So while it's on your assertion of facts that are listed and that we'll get to, I'm sure we'll get to it again.
Yeah.
So we're currently preparing in Australia for an exercise called Talisman Saving. It's an exercise. It involves other nations. It's being conducted in Australia. It's going to be very, very large, involve all services and whatever else. So it's a military activity short of warlike operations where there is risk associated with the assigned tasks and the application of force is limited to self-defence and to a number of other things. But it's an exercise and reflects exercises that we've done and continue to do. So I go back to my earlier point and my challenge around being asked this question, or defence being asked this question, to put against the 1993 definitions in 2022 a prospective view and lens on 1970 to 1989. But we're in an area where we've been asked to talk about risk, and you've asked me about risk in today's parlance and language, when we're about to conduct a very, very expensive and expansive exercise, 13,000 plus odd troops, sailors and aviators, and meets that definition of a sense, but doesn't meet all of the other things. So I guess my challenge is that we're going to now consider medals for every exercise. The service, so my challenge here is that you have reduced this definition down, boiled it down to a particular thing in a particular context. I've just looked at it from my context and it's very, very similar, but for a completely different thing. Now, this exercise has been conducted in Australia. 5 rounds carried, large amount of risks and other things. Soldiers issued all of the things. They will have defensive ROE as a part of it. I'm struggling with the difference.
Well,
The way that you have defined it.
No, sorry. It's not the way I have defined it. It is the way Cabinet defined it, presumably on defence advice, because that the Cabinet decision reflected a ministerial submission, and I've not known in all my years a ministerial submission of that nature to have been written without departmental advice. Those sort of things don't get written in ministers' offices. So I'm assuming, unless you can demonstrate otherwise, that the 93 Cabinet decision that adopted the minister's submission was consistent with, prepared by and consistent with what Defence was putting at the time. But in terms of your exercise, 2 things. Firstly, it will be judged according to the CDF's minute to the minister and the minister's approval by the 2018 definitions, not the 93 definitions. And how you apply those matter for you beyond our terms of reference are our ken. So that's up to you. I accept, and I said before, these definitions may not be brilliant. They, if we're writing them now, we might write them differently. But they're what's there. Subject only to Dr. Robards' suggestion that somehow the 2001 paper changed them. But that's the only definition that we've got. The regs speak about warlike and non-warlike. You say the 93 definitions aren't applicable. Well, what definition do you say we apply in their stead? And how does it apply to RCB service? I mean, we can't just make it up as we go. So I accept your point that it's very difficult. And, on one reading, if you were applying this definition, which is clearly inapplicable to your exercise, you might be prospectively declaring it non-warlike, your exercise, or even warlike, I don't know. But it's outside our inquiry.
So just to follow that line of logic, if in the 1993 parlance and these definitions, the operation being considered doesn't meet any of or either of the definitions, it is then regarded as peacetime.
Yep.
Right. So in this particular case, the defence position is doesn't meet warlike, doesn't meet non-warlike against the 1993 definitions.
And
so therefore,
I accept your position that if it doesn't meet non-warlike, and we haven't talked about that, if it doesn't meet non-warlike, you would quite properly assert that it was peacetime. That
is the defence position.
Yeah, and we understand that. I've always understood it. What we're saying to you is things stand. We think your proposition that it's not non-warlike can't stand, and so it can't be peacetime. Whether it's warlike is the big question. And in all of this, the big question is it warlike? Because that's what the veterans are seeking. They're seeking AASM and the veterans' entitlements that go with warlike. So, in a sense, this peacetime warlike, non-warlike discussion is not the critical discussion, but it's clearly relevant. And it was put to us by the CDF in his submission, and it's been consistently for a number of years been put by Defence in its responses to RCB veterans. So, that's why we've been looking at it. Okay, so let's...
Can I clarify one last point?
Yeah, thanks.
So from a nature of service perspective, I've been talking about all nature of service consideration being prospective.
Mm-hmm.
My staff have clarified that occasionally when the government directs Defence to prepare capability for operations and then prepare the records, statuses of forces agreement, rules of engagement, all the artefacts that are required, instructions and orders that are required, that on occasion, the completion of the nature of service preparation might occur after that operation has started, in particular with regard to some of our capability, which is on short notice. So that deploys. So just to be absolutely accurate, it isn't something we're always able to achieve, and all the pieces don't fall into place immediately before the first person deploys, but certainly that is the intention to do so, and there is in the preparation of those documents and the preparation that takes time.
Thank you for the clarification. I always understood that would be the situation. In a perfect world, one gets things done in advance, but the world's not perfect. And then, of course, always, there's been a number of retrospective reclassifications of service, And whether they've been done for terms and conditions, nature of service, I don't know. But they would certainly have been done for veterans and medals. So, retrospectively considering these issues is certainly not uncommon. Yeah. Okay. Let's move on to what you said about whether RCB service could meet the 93 definition of warlike. Do you want to take the running?
Yeah, I'm hoping we can skip through this fairly quickly. I just want to address the elements of the definition against your response. There was a long discussion yesterday about ROE and the use of force. So against the definition that the application of force that was authorised, I'm assuming that you can assume or agree that force was authorised. Yes.
Force was authorised for self-defence in a very limited way. However, the rules of engagement are absent of many key elements that would indicate.
With respect to, do you agree or not agree that the use of force was authorised? The answer is, I'm hearing yes.
Within the defensive within the ROE.
Copy the caveat.
Yep.
All right. Moving on to what I think is probably the more important part, and this is, I suspect, the area that you've taken issue with, and that is that Rifle Company Butterworth was not authorised to conduct offensive operations or to use force to achieve military objectives. I want to just focus on the terminology of military objective. In your response, you've provided a definition that's drawn from the ADF glossary, which refers to military objectives as legitimate objects of attack. So I agree that that is a definition in the ADF glossary. I'm just wondering, in formulating your response, whether you cast the net more widely, looking for arguably more relevant definitions of military objectives. I'm referring here to two aspects of ADF doctrine. That would be ADF P5 planning and ADF P3 campaigns and operations, where in both of those documents, they open the aperture to be more than an object, right, but to include the concept. In other words, a military objective would be aligned with the concept of things like a military strategic objective or a national objective, where those things are often described as the ability to achieve an end state rather than to physically capture or kill an object. So the question is, did you consider whether there were other more relevant definitions that in the first instance would allow the ability to comply with that definition? You seem to have discounted it because it's not a military object. You're saying that they weren't able to pursue a military objective. I'm saying objectives can be expressed conceptually, i.e. the defence of RAF Butterworth, for example, or words that capture the essence of that, would it not be described as an objective?
So the two doctrine that you quote were not utilised directly for this particular matter, because we were talking about Rifle Company Butterworth. Both of those documents refer to political and strategic and national intent of achieving a particular aim and the way that military force is utilised by government, by defence, by Army, Navy and Air Force, Navy, Army and Air Force. And then you break that down in the preparation of orders, plans and directives. Yeah. So that military objective, I think, is clearly stated in the Status of Forces Agreement, which talks about training and support to Malaysian government. In the ROE, which really sanitised down defensive only, doing very, very limited things. Now, if you want to talk about those other larger military objectives, we look at then the political and strategic reasons why the government was saying we are going to support the Malaysian Armed Forces, develop their capability in a number of ways, and we are supporting that in those objectives being conducting training with Malaysians, although I understand in very limited ways, but available to do so and to provide them strength while building their own forces. So that those
you say then-
objectives are deliberately in ADFP being a joint doctrine, which also includes the other agencies of government, talks about the strategic and political imperatives required for those objectives.
It includes more than that.
For Rifle Company Butterworth,
It includes more than that.
when
Let me
breaks
quote
down-
to you exactly what ADFP 5 planning says. It says a military objective is a condition that needs to be achieved, blah, blah, blah. A military objective may be tactical, operational, or strategic. So in terms of it being limited to strategic or higher order considerations, that is not the doctrinal position. So it is possible to have a tactical military objective. Is it not? Doctrinally.
Yeah. So that doctrine still is capstone doctrine and allows then the writing of different service doctrine to support in the hierarchy of doctrine controls the way that documents are read. You then have the breakdown of each of those documents, which talks to the definitions.
So against the definition here, you say the application of force that was authorised as expressed through the rules of engagement was defensive in support of security tasks, limited to the confines of Airbase Butterworth and not designed to pursue military objectives. So I'm challenging the last phrase there, not designed to pursue military objectives. I'm putting to you that there were tactical level objectives that were implicit in RCB's task for a start. So that's, I'm seeking to challenge that part of it. So I haven't heard anything from you now that disputes that. So what I'm suggesting is that the defence position that it was not designed to pursue military objectives is too narrow an interpretation that's written around a very traditional definition of military objective.
Interestingly, no, I don't want to cut you off if you were going to respond to the Aircon.
I'm going to get him to ask the question again because he jumped through a range of different time periods, utilising particular doctrine that applies to a completely different group of folk. But I'll just say, well, my first question is, what year are we in? Are we applying 2020 doctrine, I think that is, 2018 doctrine to 1970?
Well, we're in exactly the same year that you responded to us, suggesting that they did not use force or weren't authorised to use force to pursue a military objective.
Correct.
You provided a very narrow, in my view, definition of what a military objective is. And I'm simply suggesting to you that there are other broader definitions that are drawn from capstone doctrinal documents in the defence that are not so restrictive, and that in taking these other definitions, I'd put it to you that the RCB was authorised to use force to pursue military objectives. That's simply what I'm saying.
If the strategic military objective is to be in location to provide
I'm talking
offensive
about the fact
security,
that it is a tactical
and to support
military
training.
objective.
to be in location, to support training and to support security of ADF assets as the military objective, I agree.
No, I'm suggesting to you that a tactical military objective is implicit in part of your planning here, and by necessity should be aligned with other higher order objectives, some of which might be military strategic objectives. But there should be a thread that one can follow that comes from a national objective down through the military and eventually resides in the articulation of tactical objectives.
Agreed.
So what I'm suggesting to you is that you appeared to have cut off the ability to align to that definition by saying that our view of a military objective is a legitimate object of attack. And I'm suggesting to you now that there are conceptual objectives that are implicit even in the defence of Butterworth. So I think you've been potentially premature in saying that you cannot meet that element of the definition. So that's what I'm saying.
Defence disagrees. We've utilised the glossary definition, and that is closely aligned to what we think would have happened, been the doctrinal piece in 1970.
That definition that you quoted, the glossary.
Yes.
Was that in force in 93 when the definition was written?
I can't confirm that for sure.
Yeah.
Chair. I'd have to go back and
definitions of military objective here that are equally relevant. And those being the doctrinal ones that are where the military objective is expressed conceptually.
That is how the hierarchy of doctrine and the way that our Defence Force operates, that's consistent with that. And those higher level definitions are broken down into language that our combat forces utilise every day.
So that's a yes. You
Yes.
agree that there are other
There
relevant interpretations of that. Moving on to your para 219, which deals with the expectation of casualties. This is on the second page of your submission. You state there's no documents indicating an expectation of casualties within Rifle Company Butterworth. And you go on to say, well, or any other ADF members or families. By that, you mean you haven't found any documents that articulate an expectation of casualties. That's not to say that they didn't ever exist. You're just saying you haven't found them.
Chair, Egon McGrady, we've said right from the outset that we have given you all the things that we have found to date. But can't guarantee there isn't more. We have many experiences where there's always more. Submission 66 is a great example of there's always more.
Yes.
Under current arrangements, i.e. today, what is the means by which the ADF calculates the expectation of casualties or not? So you've got an operation coming up. At some point, the ADF will need to form a view as to whether casualties are expected. Well, what is the mechanism, the process that you run to achieve that?
I'm not qualified to answer that question, and we would have to take that on notice. I think I don't know of anybody here with us today who can. I'll just give me a second. Not covered by a military legal service. That is currently conducted in Joint Operations Command, and would have to get expertise from there to be able to answer a question like that.
Right. But is it fair to conclude that there is a process, and at some stage, Defence forms a view about the expectation of casualties? Or is that a process that seems so vague that no one knows much about it?
Well, not at all. Certainly not vague. The veterans have already highlighted the risk management and risk assessment processes that are conducted as a part of normal military planning. Military planning and advice to government would always include comments that would regard the likelihood of casualties or damage to military and Australian property. That would be a part of briefings to government as part of course through the minister. But I am not qualified to provide the details of that mechanism.
I'm not seeking the details, I'm just after its name. Is it, for example, does the military threat assessment form part of that calculus?
I'm sure it would.
Started to touch on this previously when we were discussing non-warlike. I'm referring here to your para 219, where you quote the overall risk associated with RCB security and training tasks was low, and later on elsewhere in the document referred to low and unlikely, which is an expression of the likelihood of attack and the threat rating. But the point you make is that the source of the threat assessment of low is coming from JIO. Do you have a reference for that? And I ask because I've been through all of the JIO material that I have, and I cannot find reference at any point to a threat assessment of low. I note that submission 96, I think, which is CDF's submission, actually does refer to the threat being quote unquote continually assessed as low. But I'm just wondering what JIO document it is that you're referring to that actually expresses that as low.
I'll take it on notice. Thank you.
That's all I've got for the moment there. Thanks, Chair.
Okay.
And you're referring, just to be absolutely clear, the two bullets above paragraph 220.
I'll just pull it up. If you want a quote, it's mentioned a number of times, but take it as the second bullet point there. On it's yes, the two bullet points there
Above
it's
220.
above 220.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
Okay. I think we would now throw the floor open to the veterans. You've seen and heard what defence have said about warlike against the 93 definition. We'd welcome your views.
So I just wanted to follow on from what the Air Commodore was asking questions about in relation to military objectives. And I completely agree with his assessment that it can be done at the tactical level. And indeed, it was done at the tactical level by the base commander. And I would quote Op Order 1 of 71, mission to protect operational assets, property and personnel within the perimeter of the airbase Butterworth by joint arrangement and mutual support. That was his military objective. Right? And then the subsequent tasking of RCB and RAF personnel follows on from that. In other words, that tasking is his way of implementing his military objective, which he calls his mission. And ultimately, anyone who's done any military education and training would know that the mission is the objective at the tactical level. The other point I'd make is that the doctrine that the Air Commodore was seeking reference to is ADFP 5.0.1 edition 2 AL3 dated the 15th of August 2019, which talks about the joint military appreciation process and goes in and talks about the use of the operational risk management process, which started in about 2017 following the Black Hawk incident. That was an outcome of the inquiry that was convened as a result of that incident. Before that, there was no formal assessment of the expectation of casualties. This was something that was done subjectively by commanders when they were putting together their plans. Certainly in Army. Can't speak for Air Force and Navy.
Right.
Yeah, I think that in this definition, pursue has its ordinary meaning, like you are attempting to accomplish something. I forgive me if I've misunderstood defence. It's not about chasing people, although it can be about chasing people, whether it's to the fence or beyond, or offensive action. It's not what it's about. It's just you are trying to accomplish something. You're continuing to try to accomplish something. You are pursuing your goal. You're pursuing your objective. And I think that what defence refers to comes from the law of armed conflict, but it's abbreviated. The glossary is abbreviated. And if we refer to the law of armed conflict, it says that military objectives are those objects which by their nature, location, purpose or use make an effective contribution to military action and whose total or partial destruction, capture or neutralisation in the circumstances ruling at the time, blah, blah, blah. But it goes on to define what a location is. And it says that this includes areas which are militarily important because they must be captured, denied to the enemy, or because the enemy must be made to retreat from them. Now, the airbase had to be denied to the enemy. But if the enemy had got onto the airbase, the specific role of the quick reaction force was to expel them, to either kill them or drive them off the base, to Basically make them retreat from the base if they couldn't be destroyed. That's a military objective. Defending the vital points is also a similar military objective. Even in the defence definition, it's got one of them is basically people who are armed and willing to use weapons. And that was the communist terrorists. There's no argument there that they would be another military objective. At the tactical level, we're talking about the tactical level here, the communist terrorists were a military objective. We were to deny the base to them. We were to counterattack and drive them off the base.
Chair, I'd like to say first, when I got out of the Air Force, I was a sergeant engine fitter. I'm not exposed to this high level stuff. But I know from my studies in risk management, they talk about strategic concept, strategic environment, organisational environment, and the specific risk management environment. And I see all this Butterworth within that context. Unlike Diego Garcia, which was something in excess of 2,000 nautical miles away from the enemy, where the only possible but improbable threat was that the Taliban would hijack an airliner and try to do a 9/11 style attack. And I fail to see in there how there could be any expectation of casualties and tank and all of that. RCB and Airbase Butterworth, for that matter, were on the Malaysian mainland. Malaysia was fighting an internal communist insurgency war. And however we see Butterworth and RCB, it needs to be seen, in my view, in that larger context. Military and police installations were being attacked by the communists. They had demonstrated an ability that they could attack. They had demonstrated intent that they could attack. When I look at the documentation from the time, the documentation says we can't say that Butterworth or Australian assets will be singled out for attack, but neither can we say that they will be, they couldn't discriminate. Any attack on that airbase was an attack on the airbase. Malaysian, Australian personnel on that airbase would all be subject to that attack. That's what is said in the documents, and we've spelled some of that out in our submissions. There is actually a comment, 1975, I can drag it out, but it's in my submission, I think, that, the enemy has the upper hand. They're mobile, they can move among the civil contribution, they can basically spring out of the jungle, throw a couple of bombs over the fence and run back in. To ignore that threat is to risk political embarrassment and military ignominy. In that context, if we look at it in terms of the environment in which Airbase Butterworth is operating, there were not only expectations of casualties, casualties had occurred, not at Butterworth per se, but in the area around Butterworth and in downtown, in the middle of Kuala Lumpur. The senior police officer was gunned down by terrorists. The Ipoh police commissioner was gunned down in the middle of Ipoh. There were attacks on the field force headquarters in KL. That was in KL itself. There had been rocket attacks on a military installation on Penang, which was the old Minden barracks. There had been attacks in Sungai Petani and all of that sort of stuff. So when you look at what was going on around, casualties had occurred, attacks had occurred. And this was the environment in which we were operating. So to say, to try and say, well, if we're just looking at RCB, I believe that we must look at RCB in that broader context, because the RCB was simply one sub-element at Butterworth. The Air Force was a sub-element at Butterworth because they also had the RMAF there. The RMAF were flying operational sortie against the enemy, which was considered a factor which increase the likelihood of attack against butterworth. Everything these guys say, I believe, ignores that context. And if you look at what Clark and Moore and others say, it has to be the facts as they were known at the time, not what the historian says. The facts at the time. The facts at the time, there was an expectation of threat. There were communists running around. There was an identified enemy. And these guys, and there's a document from 1974, up until March 1974, the RCB, although they weren't, I don't think they called it RCB then, thought that their main role was something up, but from 1974 on, they've understood that their prime role is security and the defence of the airbase. Yeah. So I've said part of what I want to say. I might say more later.
Mr. Kelly.
I'll be very brief, Chair, just to add to what the other people have said, and that is sort of in the pursuit of military objectives. We've heard that the Quick Reaction Force carried a first-line ammunition, which was typically for an infantry soldier carrying an SLR-3 magazines of 20 rounds each magazine. An M60, I know I used to carry 200 rounds on a belt on M60 when I was carrying one of those, but that was the effect of the QRF was just to hold a penetration until the rest of RCB could be activated to support them. But it's worthwhile noting that the QRF carried 2 first-line loads of ammunition. Troops that went into the field in Vietnam didn't. They were going quite a distance from their resupply. The QRF was gunned up, just to use a term, because the expectation was that if they had to use the live rounds that they carried, they'd be using a lot of them. And the evidence supports that. I don't know what anyone could say to refute the fact that why would we be carrying two first-line loads? That's it.
Okay. So you've heard the discussion earlier about non-warlike. You've heard our view that there was a risk associated with assigned tasks. And can be argument about the words used to rate that risk, whether it was low and unlikely and so on and so forth. And as I said yesterday, we need to be and we will be very careful in our analysis and in writing to make sure that we don't use inappropriate words, that we correctly represent the historical documents, that we are not selective or inaccurate. But I think it's true, and you tell me if it's not, that nowhere in the documentation was the risk rated as medium or high. Did you ever find those words?
Those words are not in the documents.
No. And
Neither is low.
I was going to say, Chair, that the Deputy DMI, Malaysian Deputy DMI, suggested in an exchange with the Defence Attaché in Kuala Lumpur that the attack was probable.
Yeah.
And I think he used words stronger than that. I'm not.
Well,
Yeah.
we'll look for that, but, and we'll certainly take it into account. But at the end of the day, it seems that did not convert to an Australian risk assessment of medium or high.
Except that he was quoted widely, and I can provide the references to that. I'm pretty sure I have, but I'll certainly separate them out and send them to you.
Nor did it equate to any reference of low. In fact, there's no mention of the level of threat in the documents that are available to us. including the JO assessment. It doesn't say it's low, medium or high.
Well,
It's true of the JIO ones. There are other intelligence documents though.
Oh, there are.
That do
Yeah.
refer to low.
And,
I'm
and there are,
specifically
and there are a
referring-
range of documents that I've prepared a brief on for you that reflect a level of concern at the strategic level, cascading brief to the Prime Minister and others that indicate a level of concern about the threat to the base that suggests to me or to us that there was strategic concern and also at the operational level by the Joint Chiefs.
concern, though I don't think, in terms of the wording of the definition, gets you there.
No, but it relates to duty of care, which still existed then. They had a duty of care to protect Australian service personnel, their dependents and property.
Yeah, I'm not quibbling with that, but you can have a low, improbable, likely, unlikely risk that to which the duty of care applies, and you need to do certain preventative or avoidance measures, but that doesn't mean you're up in the warlike.
No, it doesn't.
No.
And I think the point you've made earlier is that it doesn't really matter what the level of risk or the level of threat was. The fact is, it was assessed there was a threat.
Yeah, that's what the definition of non-warlike says.
Yeah,
Right?
I agree.
Now, then the definition of warlike doesn't talk about the level of risk, but it says there's those military activities where the application of force is authorised to pursue military objectives, and we've had a discussion about what that means, and there is an expectation of casualties. Now, the expectation, I think, is to be contrasted with the possibility. I'll get to you, Mr. Marsh, don't worry. Those definitions imply some sort of graduation, and an expectation of casualties beyond the possibility surely starts to emerge the higher the risk. The greater the chance of an attack, the more likelihood of casualties. And at some point you get to, at some level of risk, you get to a point where you're not only saying, oh, it's possible that we might have casualties, you're saying we expect casualties.
And also, I think you have to take into account the types of weapons that might be used by your adversary. So, for example, JIO have clearly indicated the potential for indirect attacks that involve weapons that necessarily don't provide a degree of discrimination as to who's going to get hit.
I accept
As was
that.
alluded to by Colonel Mickelson and Charlesworth yesterday.
I understand that. If there had been an attack using mortars or other similarly indiscriminate weapons, the risk of casualties or the likelihood of casualties would rise, and you might get to expectation level. But you can't just say they might have a mortar, therefore it's warlike. The question is, what's the risk of them using a mortar against the base?
And so that's why we did that assessment that you asked us to do. So you asked us to provide an assessment, a contemporary assessment of the expectation of casualties. And because there was no methodology then for doing that, we opted to use the methodology that is extant in ADF doctrine that we've already talked about and produced that assessment. based on risk, which is based on the international standard for risk management, which Defence is a signatory to.
Yeah, and we appreciate the work that you did, and rest assured we'll have regard to that. I'm really now not so much asking you to start from scratch, but asking you if there's more that you want to say than you have already said, having heard what Defence has said about warlike, having heard the questioning between us and Defence about warlike, because that's where you want to get to. And when you look at the definitions, the key things are authorised to pursue military objectives and an expectation of casualties. So it's something beyond non-warlike, something beyond risk, and it's something beyond the possibility of casualties.
You mentioned the gradation in the New Zealand system.
Mhm.
Isn't it fair to say that the Australian recognition of the escalation of risk was reflected in the construction of revetments, in the occasional putting of medium machine guns on likely approaches, which we've seen the photographic evidence of, of the upskilling, if you like, in the genesis of RCB. In my time, we didn't have this Tobias ground sensitive equipment. It wasn't around in those days. We didn't have searchlights on the trucks. We didn't have a lot of things because things were different. Although my time was a particularly hot period, it was the fall of Cambodia and Vietnam and those kind of things. So we have seen within the ebb and flow of things that happened in the 21 years, we have seen that the defence of the base has been more sophisticated or in more in depth. And I think that's a reflection of the fact that the expectation of not only damage that can be inflicted by indiscriminate aerial weapons like rockets and mortars, but also the fact that it's likely to be perpetrated. Defence doesn't throw money around like that. I mean, you know, things are like.
If I could.
Sorry, I'll come to you. And I'll come to the gentleman at the back in a minute. I just want to tease out what you were saying there, Mr. Kelly. I mean, I think it's clear that there were improvements made to base security. The revetments were built, there were shelters built for aircraft, there were sandbags put around to avoid lying in water because of the high water table and so on and so forth. They were preventative or avoidance measures to limit the damage if there was an attack.
Some temporary.
But I don't, but does that mean that the risk of an attack was higher? Was there a change in the assessment of risk? And did it get to the point of being not only casualties possible, but we expect them? And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, there's no document that says we expect casualties. If we're going to make a view about that, we've got to infer it from things. There's nothing express.
So
And there might be all sorts of good reasons for that.
There is a document in the Shared Defence Plan, Appendix 4 to Annex B, coordination of the medical plan.
Mhm.
This is a direction from the base commander to the CEO of Paul Rath Hospital. Will implement a satisfactory medical plan within the restrictions imposed by curfews, etc. He will prepare in advance a broad medical plan to meet shared defence situations. So this is in the context of the mission that's stated right up front in the shared defence plan. That is, the mission is to protect the base.
Yeah, but
When you look at what you're addressing, what we need to do is we need to, as has been identified, identify what is the military objective. So we have one. It's implicit, it's in the mission. And then we have measures that support the mission. Those measures are tasks in the case of context of RCB. Then we have orders in relation to the use of force to protect people, property, and personnel, which are stated in the mission, in the objective. And then, of course, we have other measures to dealing with casualties that obviously the base commander perceived are likely to occur in the event of an attack, whether it be direct or indirect.
So just on that, and let me say, I'm playing devil's advocate here.
I understand that.
I'm not trying to signal any concluded view, because seriously, we don't have one yet. That's the purpose of these hearings. But playing devil's advocate, I want to give you the opportunity to contemplate the alternative. Now, when you talk about having the medical plan and the facilities, that's something I think a wise person would do where there was a recognised possibility of casualties. It doesn't necessarily mean there's an expectation. That's the difficulty that we confront. There's a whole lot of things that are consistent with possibility, but is it a possibility that is of such high likelihood to reach the expectation level?
If I may, the JIO report makes it clear, I think, and there's other evidence that makes it clear that it wasn't just that maybe they've got mortars, but it was discovered that they did have mortars, but not only mortars, rockets, and they'd used rockets against other bases. And the JIO report says that that form of attack, rocket or mortar attack on Butterworth, was quite likely. If an attack of that type was quite likely, you'd have to expect casualties. But I think that this might be useful in going to the 2018, which sort of clarifies some of this. And the 2018 definition says ADF personnel are authorised to use force to pursue specific military objectives, and there is an expectation of ADF casualties as a result. And my argument would be that, as with the case of Butterworth, there is an enemy, and you've stood up somebody against that enemy, you've got to expect casualties. You can't say, oh, but the enemy might not fire mortars at us, or, oh, the enemy's, not that aggressive. If you're standing up people to meet a threat, and the enemy are armed, they have attacked bases, you cannot say you do not expect casualties. It's just an impossibility. Now, you can have your threat assessments and all that. And then the threat assessments, like I said, they said that mortar attack was quite likely and other forms of attack were less likely or unlikely. But definitely, there's a whole range of different I can't find it. There's a whole range of different adjectives, if you like, from probable to possible to likely to quite likely, and that's why we've done the threat assessment. You're right; it's not the risk assessment. Sorry, it's not listed in there that this was a medium level of threat, this is a high level of threat. We make that assessment based on the evidence.
Yeah,
but you can't, like I said, it's if you're standing two people up to have a fight, you can't expect that they're not going to hurt each other.
Yeah, but the question is, are we standing two people up to have a fight? That implies a level of probability that there's going to be a fight. If the risk is rated lower, I could walk down the street and that fella might attack me with the pick handle that he's holding.
Mm.
That doesn't mean he's going to. And when you talk about the 2018 definition, let me just remind you that it says not only capability, it says an identified intent to directly target ADF personnel.
Yes.
So you've got to have, if that definition were applicable, and it seems it's not, but we can have a look at it. You've got to have an identified target, an identified intent to target.
So I would draw a
RAF at
parallel.
RCB.
I would draw a parallel with when we moved to the ranges, as Charlesworth alluded to yesterday, and I've mentioned, there had been attacks on Malaysian security forces on road convoys.
Yeah.
And fatalities had been inflicted.
Yep.
Putting aside whatever their level of expertise was to deal with that, I, as a commander, had a command responsibility to be prepared for the likelihood of attack and, as a consequence, casualties. Therefore, I had measures in place to deal with that. So we rigged the trucks for counter ambush. We had our medics positioned where they could, and we had follow-up casualty evacuation procedures in place. The base hospital had been warned out that we would be moving and that there might be the potential for casualties. That was a command responsibility that all commanders have, whether they're Navy, Army or Air Force.
Yep.
And you cannot do that without considering the threat, the nature of your tasks and what you're doing on the day.
Yeah, and look, they were all good and wise precautions, says me without any military experience, but they sound to me to be that, something that a wise person would do. But you do wise things where you've got a possibility, not only when you've got an expectation. When we look at that 2018 definition, and it talks about identified intent to directly target Australia. So the evidence yesterday was that the CTs had been ambushing Malaysian forces. But the evidence was also that Australian troops drove through the same area at the same time and were not targeted. And that may well have been, who knows, it's pure speculation, a conscious decision by the CTs that they didn't want to attack Australian forces and bring Australia into a domestic conflict, because that would greatly enhance the military capability that they were trying to fight. So, it's speculative, I accept that, but the mere fact that you do smart things, good things, preventative things, doesn't mean you suddenly get to an expectation. You might have been overcautious, I don't know. Now, before we go, gentlemen, there's a gentleman up the back who's been putting his hand up for a long time, and I'd like to give him the opportunity.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Ted Chitton. I'm with the RCB Review Group, and I've done a lot of this research. Also a lieutenant colonel in the Army, fought in Vietnam as a company commander, and I was the CEO of 89 RAR, who sent 3 rifle companies to Butterworth during my time as the CEO of 75 and 76. What you're talking about history before, just remember these aspects of history. 1967, Britain said they were withdrawing from the Far East. Okay? At Butterworth at that time, the RAF had the RAF Regiment, which is an infantry type force to protect the base. That concluded on the 31st of March 1970. Transfer of ownership to the base went to the Malaysians, but the Australians were responsible for the defence, and then with the joint defence. The date 1st of April is very important, because then on the 6th of April, Air Commodore Parker suggested, or didn't suggest, reported to the High Commissioner that he believed that the Malaysians were not capable of protecting the base. So the base had got what amounted to a company of the RAF, the RAF regiment, go. The base was not protected. The Air Commodore said, we're at risk. What happened thereafter? A company from 28th Brigade went forward to protect the base in November, and then you know the rest that went on. So there must have been a risk for the Australian government to say we need to be there, even after the Australians had withdrawn from Singapore in 1973. That's that one, the history. The second one is the threat. Now, the importance of the threat is this, that prior to 1972, China actually supported the Malaysian Communist Party. In 72 was the rapprochement of the Americans with China. China withdrew its support from the Malaysian Communist Party. The North Vietnamese took over. What happened in 1974, end of the war in Vietnam, the Viet Minh had won. From there on, there was great support given to the Malay Communist Party from the Viet Cong or the Viet Minh. Now have a look at the casualties that occurred to the Malaysian forces from that date on, and you'll see the peak of casualties to the Malaysian 1975, 1976. So the threat was there, the support was given to the CTs, and they had the capability and the capacity. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, sir. And that they are all facts of which I believe we were aware, but it is important that we keep them in mind. But in that respect, there was undoubtedly a very hot combat situation between the communist terrorists, whoever they were supported by, and the Malaysian military. And there were severe casualties amongst the Malaysians. But that was because there was an internal insurrection seeking to overthrow the Malaysian government. Australia wasn't party to that combat. And the threat assessments, I have no doubt, took that into account and still came out with an assessment that wasn't medium or high. Argue about low and unlikely and so on and so forth. We'll go through all that very, very carefully. Sure. But I don't think that history, important to recognise and remember, actually leads you to a determination of warlike service for the Australian RCB. There was, if we were talking about were the Malaysian troops operating out of Butterworth in a warlike engagement, may well say yes. But
there were.
Yeah. But the thing about it is the forward operational base for the Malaysians against the CTs in the northern area was Butterworth. They were actually deployed in helicopters to the forward operational areas.
Yep.
The casualties came back.
Yep.
Yeah, the Malaysian Air Force, by being there, was a target. It was proven in 1973, I think, and Ken might be able to confirm this, with the attack on the RAF Air Base down near Kuala Lumpur. So they had the facilities. He was a prime target, not more than 60 kilometres from the Malaysia-Thailand border, which is the base of the CTs.
Yep.
So that the capacity was there. The capability was there because they had received from the North Vietnamese the rockets, the mortars, the mines, and we're talking about blade mines, which were used, and as were the booby traps. And the North Vietnamese were providing information and technical and training support to them. Now, all you've got to do is look at Chen Pan's book, and have a read of that and see what sort of support was being given prior to, the end of the Vietnam War. And in fact, the Chinese threw Jinping out of China, and Jinping re-established his support, and we're talking about propaganda and that sort of support from North Vietnam.
Yeah.
So to try to say that the CTs didn't have the capacity or didn't have the armament to do it, and here was a RAF-based Butterworth with a major component of the Malaysian Air Force that was the forward operational base for deployments into the combat areas.
I don't disagree with any of that. As far as I know, that's a fair statement of fact. But the other statement of fact is that those things were known at the time. They were taken into account by JIO and others, and all the documentation about risk of attack, likelihood of attack, whatever term you want to use, didn't rate the risk at medium or high. It was at the bottom end of the scale.
It did say that.
Yeah, it said there was a risk. Yeah. No question. That's the discussion we had earlier.
Chair, it's
Now,
fair for you.
Let's.
Sorry.
Mr.
I
Chair,
think
to
Mr.
say
Marsh
something.
has been waiting a while. Yep.
Mr. Chair, I refer you to a bundle of documents provided by Defence on 16th of December last year. Now, that includes minutes of a cabinet meeting held to discuss the Moore report.
Mm-hmm.
And it also includes a copy of a report done prior to the Moore report by Defence. Now, in those, they talk about the importance of the CEDA principles, including equal recognition of service for like service. They talk about objective criteria. And in that 1997, 98 report, whatever it was, and I have my notes and I can never find them.
You're not alone in that.
But the 1996-97 review, and I'm not quite clear of the date, but it's in the bundle of the stuff.
I vaguely recollect it.
Clearly states that the two elements referred to in the Veterans Entitlement Act 1986 as operational service and qualifying service, in essence, have not changed regardless of legislation changes over the years. Then it says, veterans on operational service who have incurred danger from hostile forces of the enemy remain entitled to receive service pension. And in that context, I believe it's important to go back and look at what Moore and Clark said about incurred danger. I fully take your point about the incurred danger and the Veterans Entitlement Act, which talks about warlike and non-warlike service, and that's the only avenue we have. But Moore, for example, said that Section 7A of the Veterans Entitlement requires, in essence, veterans to have incurred danger from the hostile forces. And I believe that that is consistent with this warlike definition that we're looking at. Now, Moore, in essence, said, and Clark agreed with him, that A, if there's an enemy shown to be present, the forces have incurred danger. B, if the forces are told that there is an enemy presence, it comes down to warnings. And so they make a lot about warnings given at the time, information given at the time, and whatever. When we talk about low, medium, high, all that sort of stuff, Clark in particular makes a lot of comment about how irrelevant that is, because once the enemy, once the danger is established, it's established, and not to further qualification by imminent or whatever. And let's face it, a lot of these assessments are subjective assessments. You know, to say it is unlikely or it is likely or there is definitely a threat that this will happen that remains a subjective assessment. It is not objective, but the qualification is an objective test, not a subjective test. So we can argue about whether there was a high degree of probability, a low degree of probability, or whatever. All that is subjective because we cannot know it. And this is what they go to a great deal of point to point out. We know the enemy's in the area. They make reference to the Emden. Once the Emden had been in the Indian Ocean, no one knew whether there were any other enemy cruisers there or not, but they were sending people into harm's way because you couldn't rule out that probability. And that's where I believe this is relevant to Butterworth, in that no one knew where or when the enemy would strike next. They knew the enemy would strike next, but they did not know where or when. So if you look at what Moore Clark say, and I think even if you look through the stuff of Topham Main or something. Topham, yeah. I think he says similar stuff.
Well, bear in mind, Topham is what I might call a learned dissertation. About the evolution of repatriation law. And for the record, let me say that I know Bruce Topham very well. He worked for me when I was the principal member of the Veterans Review Board, and he's a very smart guy, and he's a very good historian on these matters. But he doesn't talk about RCB service.
No, he doesn't. But what I'm trying to say is that you look at, I think it's chapter 13 of Clark.
Yep.
And he also talks about the development of the repatriation system.
He does.
And about how in the lead up to 1993, 94, it was basically a bidding competition. No one knew what they were going to get until they came back. So they brought in this to bring about equity and fairness to all veterans, whether they had served before 1994 or after 1994. And therefore, I believe that those same principles apply. And if that aim is to acquire equity and fairness to all, which is consistent with the CEDA principle, then the presence of an enemy and the warnings given, remembering this was before they had this warlike definition, I think they should be given serious consideration.
Moore and Clark are quite different in their approach. Moore applies some convoluted or concocted incurred danger test. And the government's view, and I think the correct view, is that test was misstated. So the government took decisions on more recommendations according to the 93 definitions. It recognised that they weren't in force at the time, but it said that modern criteria were appropriate to be used. Clark was aware of the 93 definitions, and I think by and large sought to apply them to each of the service operations that he discussed. And of course, let's not forget that he said RCB service was neither warlike nor non-warlike. Now, you've heard me say that we think his reasoning doesn't substantiate that conclusion. But a lot of what you said hinges on actually being exposed to danger, having faced the enemy. And that didn't happen at RCB. There was a risk that it could happen, and thank goodness it didn't happen. There's a lot of documentation about the seriousness of that risk, but and that, in our view, clearly gets you to at least meeting the non-warlike definition. But does it get you up to the warlike definition, where it's obviously got to be more significant than non-warlike. I'll get to you. And I'm just worried about people getting tennis elbow. The assessment at the time, which I mean, I don't think any of us are in a position to deny, says no. So, you know, I've read all those documents, I understand them. And I remain to be convinced that that's going to get you where you want to go.
No, I was just going to say that Clark and Topper, Wayne, they make comments about the non-realisation of a risk does not rule out the reality of that risk or that threat.
And that I think is correct.
And
because the definitions are prospective. They're about risk. And this is the discussion we had with Defence earlier about the fact that it didn't happen doesn't mean that it didn't meet the definition. But again, it comes down to the assessment of the magnitude of the risk, likelihood, whichever word you want to use. And I know you have a background in risk assessment. Using modern terminology. And I'm not wanting to. I'm not wanting you to expect me to use modern terminology precisely correctly. But I think you can see where I'm going now. Mr. Kelly, you wanted to say something.
Chair, I'm going to take you back to an analogy you used a little while ago, but before that, the geopolitical context at the time that RCB was established was when the Australian government had moved from a forward defence posture to Fortress Australia, which is the Whitlam government, basically changed. So they were draining money from defence as quickly as they could to fund other initiatives and whatever. I'm not here to argue that. But you made the analogy a little while ago about if someone's in the street with a baseball bat and you're walking down the street, is there a likelihood or a risk that they might hit you with the baseball bat? That's fair enough. If you happened to be there, we were sent specifically to respond to that threat. If a policeman was sent as a result of a phone call saying there's someone here with a baseball bat, they would expect, I imagine, to get involved with that person. We weren't there by accident. A lot of money was spent, a lot of time was spent. We were sent there specifically because the realisation was established that the Malays didn't have the capacity to do it. At one time, there was a discussion about whether 2 battalions might be the correct force necessary to defend Butterworth. Now, of course, that would, I think anyway, be dependent upon whether there's going to be aggressive patrolling outside the boundary, like allegedly took place at Ubon, where the Airfield Defence Guards patrolled up to 20 kilometres away from the perimeter, while the Americans sat inside the perimeter and performed basically like what RCB did. So we were deliberately sent there to be put in between basically the air base and the belligerents, be they communist terrorists or whatever. So I think it's reasonable to not use the analogy of you just happen to be walking down the street and someone's there with a baseball bat.
Yeah, let me say, analogies are seldom very good.
I know, I understand that. I wasn't taking you to task, but
let me also say, my father was an ironmonger. I grew up in a hardware store. We sold pick handles. I never once felt at risk from someone who purchased a pick handle and was going to attack me. So it all comes back to the assessment of risk.
Yes.
And the assessment of risk for RCB service on the historic documents is at the lower end of the scale.
Well,
yes, you were sent there in case there was an attack, and had there been an attack, you would have had an absolutely vital role, no question. But,
with the
what
benefit of
was the
hindsight.
level of risk?
With the benefit of hindsight, you can say that.
No, I'm saying it by reference to the contemporary documents written at the time. I'm not saying that it wasn't warlike service because you didn't get attacked. You've heard us saying to defence, we think that's not relevant when applying the definition. We're not saying it wasn't warlike because you weren't attacked.
Yeah.
The question is, was it warlike when the contemporaneous assessment was that the risk was down here, not up there?
I think the qualifiers of risk, I think, have been in some cases misrepresented, because as we said, there's no, and as the Air Commodore said, nowhere in the JIO documents does it say it was low.
No, but we will go through every bit of contemporaneous assessment that we can find, and I think we've located most, and thank you, Colonel. And we will trawl through that very, very carefully, as I said yesterday. But my recollection on reading what I've read to date, and I'll go through it all again, and I'm sure my colleagues will, is here, not here.
Qualifiers are dangerous. As you know, you can't be a little bit dead or a little bit pregnant. You either are or you aren't. But also, as we heard from the two group captains, the base was, and we're talking about what's happened on the ground versus what may be. We talked about the fact that the risk had to be perceived by an Australian intelligence agency. That's somewhere in the requirements. Yet the base was responding to input from Malaysian intelligence as well, and decisions were being made. The GDOC was being activated, and all sorts of things that fed into what RCB did, what preparations were taken, what postures were assumed, not from Australian intelligence agencies necessarily. And you could almost say, this is an analogy, and I bear the risk of what I'm going to say, the Australian intelligence agency's threat assessment seemed to be more strategic, where the Malaysian input, because it was responding to what was happening on a daily basis, was more tactical. But the airbase, because by virtue of its very existence, the officer commanding had to respond to the daily threat, then the posture RCB adopted was relevant to that daily threat and not necessarily the strategic threat, which we haven't seen very many examples of JIO assessments or other Australian intelligence agency assessments over the period.
Yeah. Well, again, playing devil's advocate,
Absolutely.
I accept entirely that the base commander had to have regard to what the Malaysians were saying to him, and he did do so. And we had evidence yesterday that got fed back to Canberra,
Yes.
and it didn't result in a change of risk assessment. And when the base commander did react to what he had, he went to orange. Is it orange? Amber, sorry, and not to red. So he took it into account,
Sure.
but he didn't get up to, goodness gracious,
Sure.
an attack is imminent. It's going to happen.
But within his obligation and responsibilities, he responded. It could well be, and we don't know, that when it got back to Australia, they're saying, oh, it'll be off tomorrow because it's the ebb and flow of what happened. I might also say one other thing. Yesterday, I gave evidence that we drove through what was perceived to be an ambush site. We don't know for certain whether the CTs were actually on the ground when we drove through, but they could have been on the way. We don't know.
No, there's a lot of speculation.
Yeah.
And it's the sort of thing you'll never know. Now, the gentleman at the back, did you want to say something?
Mr. Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to this matter. There is a 1971 Australian High Commission document about the security at Airbase Butterworth, authored by the Defence Attaché and his assistant. And this is a direct quote. He assessed Airbase Butterworth as a probable target, basing his assessment on recent increases in enemy strengths and activity in the area. That is a statement by the Deputy Director of Malaysian Intelligence of the Malaysian Army.
Yep.
We're talking about a probable target, not a
Yeah.
possible target,
Yeah.
a probable target.
we're aware of that document. Yep.
Further suggest, as the economist said yesterday, there are gaps in the file.
Oh,
There
yeah.
are gaps in the documents. There is no question about that. That by itself should not work in the negative in this situation in any way, shape, or form. Also, could I suggest to you that the JIO assessment in Annex E recounts by date and by location approximately 132 separate incidents of communist terrorist sightings or actions in the vicinity of airbase Ballarat. It's just in 1/13 period. As said before he's left, we have provided to the tribunal a tabulated data of Malaysian casualties throughout the second emergency. I think you can quite reasonably link the threat there. He would also go on to the JIO assessment. And the JIO assessment quite clearly talks about the indiscriminate nature of potential casualties based on an attack at Butterworth. It is unlikely that the CTO would try to discriminate between RAF and RMAF targets, and Australian personnel would be in danger. That is a clear statement straight out of the JIO assessment. So could I humbly suggest that A, there was a clear threat, and B, there was a clear risk to the members of Butterworth. If there is a lack of other evidence in the chain of reporting, that certainly should not work at detriment to the applicants.
Could I?
It was a fact of record keeping at the time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Look, I do recollect that diplomatic cable, and rest assured, we will take that into account, and we'll be trawling through all those documents.
Could I?
About half an hour ago, Chair.
Yeah?
I think I sent that DDMI document about half an hour ago to Jay.
Okay, excellent.
I'll just say something here, Mr. Chair, just in relation to that, and I acknowledge that, but equally with that argument would hold true for non-life, which we went through this week. So, yeah, just to make just to make that point as well.
Yeah, I think that is compelling evidence to consider.
Could I just say that I don't think we can divorce the threat or even the threat levels that were discussed in the JIO report, because they do say that indirect attack is quite likely. I think that can be dismissed as being a low threat. I'm not saying anything to go at you. I don't think we can also disregard the fact that the Malaysian base at Butterworth was the defence of it was a joint responsibility. We were co-joined with the Malaysians, and the Malaysians were engaged in, as she said, a very severe conflict. There were many casualties. So to try and separate out RCB, or to try and separate out the base and say, well, the base, the threat to the base wasn't as great as perhaps the threat around the rest of the country. It was all part of the same conflict. And I think that you have to look at that. That is a very important point, that it was co-joined. The Malaysian, we were involved in the Malaysian war. We were defending their primary base that they engaged in these operations from. The fact that we were successful, the fact that we deterred an attack on the base should not be held against us.
Okay.
Another analogy, and I know you're not really happy about comparisons, Chair, but you have to look at Ubon. The Americans occupied Ubon. They provided the internal security for the base. We, as Air Force people, I wasn't one, but they were providing the external airbase and a couple of aircraft on the runway. The argument has always been, in the material I've read, that gee whiz, those guys should have been awarded warlike service because the Americans were engaged in the Vietnam War and therefore were on a war footing. Okay. And eventually, of course, there was a reclassification.
All right. Now, look, I think we'll break for lunch now. We can continue this when we come back, but I think it's probably good that we all, A, get some refreshment, and B, think about and regroup. Dr. Robarts, just before we do though, that question of substantially more dangerous. As far as I can find, the first time the word substantially appears in relation to hazardous service is in the minute from the Secretary and the CDF to Minister Feeney, Parliamentary Secretary Feeney, I think it was, on the 24th of November 2011. It's either in the body of the minute or in the attachment to it. And an example of where that phrase, substantially more dangerous, gets elevated and put in quotes, is a letter dated 4 December 2013 from the Honourable Darren Chester MP to a Professor Michael McDaniel, I think it is, McDaniel. So 4 December 2013, and it crops up in another number of other letters. They're letters that Mr. Heldon provided to us, and I'm sure you'll be able to readily find them. Okay.
Thanks.
So let's break for half an hour.
Quickly identify the parts of the agenda we're going to talk to.
Okay. So yeah, look.
I think you're going to shut at 3.
Yeah, I want to finish by 3. But I think we've had a fair bit of discussion, certainly around about the 2013 definitions. 1993.
Yeah.
I'm only 20 years out of date or ahead of myself. We've touched on the 2018 definitions, but we've also noted that, you know, that they're not directly relevant. If we were having regard to them, it'd only be, I think, you know, confirmatory or to expand on the 93. There's been a lot of discussion over the last 2 days about rules of engagement, and I'm not too sure whether we need to take those further.
There's questions on our document.
Yeah, and look, I haven't analysed that in detail, but I didn't throw up any questions in my mind. It was good, useful material. What we haven't talked about is New Zealand, and we do need to talk about that. We have talked about the 2001 paper, and at this stage, the last item that we had on our list for additional information, I think, really is a pretty limited list at this stage. There are things that we've asked you for, things that the veterans have offered to give, and I think things that you've offered to give. And I don't know that I've got a running list of those, but I don't think there's a great deal in it. So
are you intending to go through all of the uncontested facts?
No. We'll certainly ask the question about whether any of them are consistent only with peacetime, whether any of them are consistent only with wartime, but we're not going to go fact by fact by fact. Life's too short for that. Okay? All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back at 1:15.
phrase coming, but I think we'll start with that.
Okay. We let it be noted that
No.
you've abandoned your colleague. All right. Thanks for being back. So promptly. I understand time's short. Just in terms of where we go from here, the panel have talked about it amongst ourselves. We think we've had as much discussion as necessary. Some might say too much about the defence assessments against the 93 definitions. We haven't had detailed discussion about the 2018 definitions. But I think we probably don't need to do that in any more detail for a couple of reasons. The 2018 definitions are not applicable. They may be of some relevance to the issue of they may provide a bit more insight or explanation. But I don't think we need to have more discussion. I think we do need to talk about whether any of the uncontested assertions of fact are consistent only with warlike, non-warlike or peacetime. That is there any silver bullet in there? I don't think we need to talk any more about the meaning and implication of the rules of engagement or the threat levels at Butterworth. And
am I able to just add some facts that I'd like to present at this time? Perhaps as a follow-on from this morning before we get into that discussion.
yeah, well, let me go through the agenda and then I'll certainly be happy to hear from you. We do need to talk about the New Zealand reassessment. The additional material that was provided by Defence yesterday, I haven't studied it in any detail, but I looked at it last night. I think it addressed the issues that we were wanting to have addressed. There's a couple that I think where it says we're still thinking about that, and so I'd be grateful if we got whatever was foreshadowed there. But there was nothing in there that made me think, oh, I need to pursue that with Defence today. We've talked about the 2001 paper in quite some detail. And the last item that we'd flagged was any additional information or hearings that might be needed. Now, as far as additional information is concerned, we've asked for some and that's been taken on board. For example, that's substantially. Veterans have offered some and it's either come or I'm sure will come. And I think that was all just historic documents. I don't think there was any sort of new creative talent work to be done.
Can I just ask one question?
Yeah.
I've been approached by a couple of veterans and asked, are submissions closed?
No. Yeah, look, I think we are very close, subject to getting what we've asked for, to having enough to get to a concluded view. What you've offered or what we've asked, we'd like to have by end April. If we haven't got it by end April, but we think it is absolutely essential to have it, we'll be back pounding on your door. I don't anticipate that. But you know, a few more weeks, I think for what you've flagged, hopefully sufficient. And if submissions come in before end April, yeah, we will read them. We're not in a position where we're going to bin anything. Yeah.
I've read through all the submissions to date, and I've yet to see one that's negative to our claim. Is that usual? Is that consistent with?
Apart from the Department of Defence submissions.
Oh yeah, of course, but
No, I think it's not unusual. I mean, you've been out beating the bushes, I'm sure.
No, but I mean, other claims, other hearings and
Okay.
inquiries.
Well, let me give you an example where we had about the same numerical number of submissions, which was the inquiry into recognition for death, wounding, injury or disease on service. They were almost entirely supportive of there being some additional recognition. There were, probably count them on one hand, the numbers that opposed it. Having said that, there was not unanimity about what more should be done.
Yeah, I understand.
Would have made our life a lot easier if it had been. But yeah, other inquiries, yeah, it varies, but yeah, usually the people who are interested
Get involved.
Somalia is a good example.
I wanted to make a comment before lunch. I'd just like to make that comment, but I'm prepared to wait for your introduction in the afternoon if you like.
Okay, look, I've finished saying what I wanted to say about where we're going to go now. Is there any objection to doing it that way? No. Silence being considered.
No,
Yeah.
I just know the 30th of April is only 2 working weeks of work, right?
Okay, if you need more,
But just note you've got
let Jay
Easter.
know
Redick
we're
Day
not
and-
going to be
Okay,
trenchant, but we do want to bring it to an end.
thank you, Chair.
Yeah, please make it stop.
In your hands.
Yeah, well, no, we're in your hands to some extent. Now, before Mr. Marsh, before you speak, the Wing Commander.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to make a couple of comments that I think may bring more reality to the situation as it was back during Rifle Company Butterworth's time. And I'd like to point out that none of the intelligence that we gathered in country, in locality, we ever saw reflected within GIO estimates or assessments. And it beggars belief that the number of int reps that we sent back, and I know through my time and also Group Captain Coops' time, and in his, it was almost on a weekly occurrence, that none of those were reflected in anything that we saw come through to us from JIO. Now, our briefings in country that were offered by 6th Brigade and the Police Field Force demonstrated to us and showed us that the CT had the capability in terms of their weapon capabilities. They had the capacity because they were able to move around the country quite freely, as was evidenced by the number of incidents that we had. I guess the missing element to there is intent. Now, if I step forward a bit, Airbase Butterworth at that time was being used as a mounting base to prosecute operations against the CT, using F5 aircraft with high explosives, and also as a mounting base to deploy RMR troops using helicopters. Now, given that, the airbase was considered by the Royal Malay Regiment at that time, and certainly was in our briefs, to be a legitimate CT target. And I think that was highlighted and evidenced by the fact that whilst I was there, they put a handout company both with us and the other base that was prosecuting those types of operation at one time. I think it was also consistent during Group Captain Coops' time that they also improved the base defences in terms of passive defence with revetments and all the rest of that sort of thing. I think a lot of emphasis being put in the wrong direction on how we believe through military assessments, appreciations, shoots in company with Rifle Company Butterworth about the way that CTs would prosecute an attack against Butterworth. We never at any stage saw a massed attack or an attack in force. What we always saw and predicted would be a off-base direct fire or indirect fire weapon attack that would be used to cover a covert insertion through the base to attack vital points in key areas. Given that, and that was our assessment of how any attack would be prosecuted, the rules of engagement clearly covered and gave the wherewithal for Rifle Company Butterworth to either counterattack, counterpenetrate, or stymie such incursions to the base. So as far as I sit and looking through the shared base defence plan that I worked on non-stop for a couple of years, as did the group captain, the rules of engagement within that shared defence plan were clearly adequate to meet the threat. And as I said before, we had capability, we had capacity, and I guess the only thing left is intent. Well, if you try to prosecute through history, we know that the easiest way to defeat air power is to defeat the aircraft on the ground. The CTs did not have the air defence capability. The only way they could ever do it was to defeat those aircraft on the ground. And that's why Rifle Company Butterworth was there. Can I add one final thing? When we rehearsed the base defence plan and looked at the assessment through military appreciation that we judged to be the threat to the base, we expected casualties. No doubt about that. If you assess that the type of attack against the base is going to be used by direct fire weapons from off base and indirect fire from off base, you have to accept there's going to be collateral damage to both personnel and equipment. In that instance, 4 RAF Hospital were trained and rehearsed, and we expected casualties. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Wing Commander. Appreciate you making those statements, and we'll certainly have regard to them. And the comments that have been made by yourself, the group captain, and everybody else who was there are really valuable in putting things into perspective. Now, Mr. Marsh.
This will be brief. This goes back to Topper Wine's paper.
Yeah.
And he is referencing to a case back in about 1943, I think. But he says the word creates most difficulties danger. It cannot be considered without regard to the primary phrase theatre of war. According to Webster's dictionary, the word danger may connote risk, jeopardy, or peril, suggesting various degrees of danger. He goes on to say that if, therefore, at any time when a man was serving, there is a real physical possibility of injury from enemy action, and it was reasonably regarded as possibly imminent at any moment. And the assessment that the group captain referred to talked about small-scale attacks at any time without warning. They were always potentially imminent. That, in my position, is a situation covered by the word danger. I am of the opinion that having proved a risk possible, the onus would not lie on the claimant to prove that at a particular time the enemy was in a position to inflict injury, so that the risk was in that sense probable. If in a particular area, say the Indian Ocean, it was proved that the Emden was destroyed, it would not be necessary to show that there were other raiders about. To put it another way, the claimant would not be defeated because the knowledge obtained later showed that the enemy had no more raiders. I am therefore of the opinion the claimant is entitled to benefit section 37E, whatever that must have been the Repatriation Act back then, if he can prove that he was on service in some place on sea or land where injury from hostile action was conceivable and might reasonably have been regarded as an existing risk. This is irrespective of proof to whether the enemy at that particular time was or was not capable of inflicting injury at the spot. And that starts on page 9 and 10. I know you have access to that document.
Yep.
And I would suggest that if we're talking about the CEDA principles of equitable service and equitable recognition, I think that's an important point because that performs part of the precedent, the historical record of the development of repatriation benefits.
Yeah, understood. But at the same time, I just have to note that Topper was talking about provisions in legislation that do not apply in the present circumstances. He's talking about a different test. And that's an issue of some significance. The definitions that we're struggling with talk about there being a threat. Don't talk about people facing danger. Don't talk about in the face of the enemy, any of those other expressions. And the repatriation law's got, you know, a long and checkered and highly convoluted history. What we've got to deal with is how it stands today. Because what you seek is something that can only be done under today's law. Okay. So let's attack those, attacks may be a bad word. Let's turn to those issues that I flagged. So veterans have put forward a lot of assertions of fact about what happened on RCB service, what the circumstances were, what the preconditions were, what you were told before you got there, what you were told when you got there, and so on. And Defence hasn't challenged those. So,
Chair, just to be clear, our caveat has been that we accept that they are the experiences of the veterans, the stories that they have told.
yeah, and we've always said your failure or your decision not to contest them does not in any way imply that you support a conclusion that is sought to be drawn from them. That that's the factual matrix against which we're doing. But the question
failure is referred to. So you use the word failure. Failure to what?
To contest. Your decision not to contest. Failure is a bad word. Your decision not to contest, to require that that we have evidence that you be able to cross-examine and so on. You're not challenging the assertions of fact, with the exception of those two examples, two instances which I think are irrelevant. So the question is, in that whole spectrum of assertions of fact, does anyone say that there is anything in there that, if it happened, could have happened only because it was warlike? Now, let me give you an example. When I first read that the disciplinary process was while on war service, I thought, well, there's a silver bullet. But when you research it, it's not a silver bullet. It just means there was a strange and inappropriate use of a term. The government described it as a misnomer, to make sure that there was a simpler, more expedited disciplinary process in overseas service. So, that one looked like a silver bullet, but didn't bear scrutiny. Has anyone got anything else that they think's a silver bullet? It could only, if this happened, it could only be because it was warlike.
So Professor Stevens actually qualified that yesterday by explaining the rationale behind having them allocated whilst on service, war service, was to allow for charges to be preferred that weren't able to be preferred when on peacetime service, that were potentially more likely to occur when on warlike service. For example, he said desertion in the face of the enemy.
Yeah, and he said that, but he didn't say it was to allow the prosecution of offences that could only happen in warlike service. He said that he wasn't that specific.
I can certainly ask him to, in fact, he sent me an email just last night and said, if there's further qualification you require, please ask.
Well, if you want to send anything more, let us have it. Know that Defence will get it also. We've
Understand.
been even-handed.
Chair, there was a contention yesterday that whilst on war service is used on all service outside Australia I've served in Air Force units outside Australia. I've served in
All right.
Navy units outside Australia. I've served in Army units outside Australia, but only at Butterworth was the whilst on war service, whilst on active service caveat applied to disciplinary issues.
And that may well be right, that it might have been applied inconsistently,
Possibly.
but the fact that it applied at Butterworth on the historical record and the government's rationale doesn't make it warlike.
Maybe not, but
Yeah.
troops were sent home from Butterworth
Yep.
for disciplinary reasons.
Yep.
Same as the RAAF gentleman said, if we had a problem, we'd send them home. It's, I mean, you wouldn't send in the entire company home, of course, but there were situations that arose where individuals were repatriated to Australia for disciplinary reasons.
Yep.
Whereas they could have been charged whilst on war service, whilst on active service, and suffered an increased penalty than what they would if they went back, if they were charged in Australia with the same offence. But there's that wasn't the case.
Yeah.
It was, you know,
But
both sides.
I don't think the fact that someone's sent home
I'm
means
not
that,
suggesting it's
means that it's warlike.
I'm not suggesting it's a discriminant for warlike service. I'm just saying there are anomalies in all of this.
Sure. I know there's anomalies.
So it doesn't make your task any easier, but it's just the reality.
Yeah, but you know, as anyone else want to put forward what they think's a silver bullet?
The enemy threat, and the deployment to meet that enemy threat. You don't get that in anything but warlike service. You can
Oh, that's not right. The definition. I mean, we did not have an enemy. The Malaysians had an enemy. We were not at war. There was hostile forces that might attack. That's covered by the definition of non-warlike. It may also, depending on the nature of the threat, get into warlike, but it's not.
I disagree.
It's not consistent
disagree.
only with warlike.
No, it is. I disagree that an enemy. They were not an enemy. They've been in some of the papers. They're defined as an enemy. If we were sent there because they might attack the base, and we were there to prevent that and to kill them if necessary, they were an enemy. And we were engaged in the Malaysian, whether they wanted, the government wanted, we know why the government didn't want to declare it as an operation. It's because of their political sensitivities and because the Malaysian political sensitivities. That doesn't mean we weren't engaged in that war.
Well, we can, you know, note your comment. I don't think we debate it now, but in terms of the definition, what you've said doesn't drive you inexorably into the definition of warlike. It's still consistent with non-warlike.
Same can be said of Ubon, Chair,
Well, our focus, let me say,
is RCB.
is RCB. I know there's a CETA principle that says comparable service should be dealt with comparably. We haven't had the benefit of defence analysis about whether any of those other attachment F engagements were comparable. You know our view about that. But at the end of the day, you know, there's an old principle: two wrongs don't make a right.
Maybe.
And if one of them was classified as warlike when it shouldn't have been, that doesn't mean RCB becomes warlike. And if one of them was correctly classified as warlike, that doesn't mean RCB gets warlike unless it meets the definition.
No, indeed, except that Ubon was originally classified as non-warlike and then was subjected to the scrutiny of the tribunal and then reclassified. Their circumstances didn't change because they are historic, the same as ours are historic. However, they were in a country at peace. We were in a country at war. Never a shot fired in anger. At Ubon. Similarly, our circumstances are quite similar. And yet, because the Americans were involved and there was a lot of political pressure to judge them similarly, I guess, we could say the same thing about Malaysians were involved in a war. Now, I know that Defence doesn't agree that there was an insurgency. The facts say otherwise. All we're saying is that, you know, we'd be judged on the facts as well of what actually happened rather than what might have been policy or political rhetoric.
Yeah, well, political rhetoric's not going to sway us.
No, I know, but I'm just saying it's a flavour of the issue.
All right.
I go back to what was said before, and I recognise there is no silver bullet. I would have that, but the fact is that at the time, senior military commanders considered there was an enemy, and that is spelled out in some of those documents, where enemy points of attack are clearly marked in JIOs or whatever, where they talk about the enemy. They talk about the enemy has the potential. So there is talk of the enemy. So at the time, there was a clear understanding that there was an enemy and that Australian forces at Butterworth were facing an enemy threat.
Yeah, look, it's possibly semantics, but I'm not disagreeing with you. But the important point is that there was a risk that those people might attack, and if that happened, you would be engaging with them in hostile action. But the question comes, was the risk great enough to take you out of non-warlike into warlike?
So, Mr. Chair, I'm just trying to come to terms with, you're interested in trying to identify, was there an enemy? One of the things that we're going to do is go away and have a look at, dare I say it, submission 66 and distill out of it official documents, primary source documents that indicate that. But a case in point that I'll give you just by way of one example. Strategic and International Policy Division review of Butterworth deployment dated 22nd of October 76 acknowledged the possibility of acts of terrorism in the Butterworth and Penang areas, and that, quote, Australian personnel, including dependents and equipment, would be endangered. Now, is that something that suggests to you that there was an enemy?
I think, you know, look, as I said, it might be semantics, but it seems to me that Australia was not at war with the CTs. In that sense, they were not an enemy. If they attacked the base, your rules of engagement allowed you to deal with them, and they would then become an enemy. But, you know, unless and until, I think it's probably inappropriate to classify them as an enemy. But, you know, as I say, that might be semantics. The question really is, was the threat of that happening sufficient to get you out of non-warlike into warlike?
So I guess we can demonstrably show via primary source documents from the departmental secretary level who's briefing up to the Prime Minister, through to the COSC, through to individual service chiefs, and in particular the Chief of the Air Force, them stating in writing that they have serious concerns about the safety of the base, the safety of our defence personnel and property and dependents, and that measures need to be put in place to mitigate those risks. And they direct what measures they should be, and they end up taking them like revetments and I guess what I'm getting at here is it's a chain of events or outcomes. That is an acknowledgement that there's a threat, a recognition that there might be risks to our interests, and as a consequence, all right, get on and do something. So in the first instance, the first thing that was done was COSC met and said, right, we need to provide guidance to the base commander to produce a shared plan with the Malaysians, who now own the base, for the defence of the base, because we've got assets there. And that plan was produced. And then as a result of that, cascades down, as I alluded to earlier, a mission that captured the military objective, tasks, ROE, etc., etc. To me, that's the only way, when considering the bigger picture of is it warlike or not, that your deliberations, in my view, need to focus. It can't be on just was there a risk. It has to be to look in the totality of this matter.
Yeah, look, I don't disagree with any of that. It would be foolhardy and negligent for defence to say, oh, there's a risk, we'll do nothing about it. They obviously had to do something about it. What they did would be governed by the assessment of the risk. The risk, if they assess it as low, then they do certain things. If they assess it as medium or high, they might do other more significant things.
So some of the documentation shows at different times.
That documentation, I don't think gives you a silver bullet.
But does it, I mean, is it of interest to you that we bring this documentation to your attention or not? Because obviously it's going to involve a degree of effort on our part to do that. I know it's already there, Russell, but if the capacity of the tribunal to interpret 1.8 gigabytes of information is a challenge.
If you want to draw it to our attention, as we've said throughout, there's no way we want to close you down and stop you being heard.
I want to get the parameters of how we might attack this.
If there's anything you want to say it.
I don't think.
Okay.
Chair, when you talk about identifying an enemy, in the preparation to deploy from Australia, the troops that went to Butterworth over the 21-year period were all told there was an enemy, and we trained for the possibility of encountering that enemy.
Mm-hmm.
So again, we go back to the troops on the ground and what they experienced. They were told, I was one of them, that there was an enemy and this is who they are. So even though Australia wasn't at war with the CTs, and even though Australia wasn't to accept the threat wasn't considered high enough that we'd encounter them on the first day we got there, for example, but we were still given an identified enemy.
Okay. But look, even if that's right, and I'm not saying it's not, that I don't think is a silver bullet.
Oh, no, I'm not suggesting it's a silver bullet.
Well, so this item was all about silver bullets.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So,
I didn't understand that.
yeah, well, that's what the item says, and that's what I asked. Has anybody say, and I guess this is predominantly asked of defence, that there's anything in the uncontested facts that was consistent only with it being peacetime service? That something that just couldn't happen if you're in non-warlike or warlike. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm referring to the 13 bullet points in our enclosure one of our January submission as the framework of the key things. So from DP1 down to the nature and relevance of duties undertaken away from the airbase. You're talking about 136 submissions, 30 with subparts, the private submissions. You're talking about all of the things, or are you talking about the list of assertions of fact that you've provided to us in the past? So
I'm talking about the totality of what's been put in evidence in submissions that you haven't contested. Do you say there's amongst all of that a silver bullet that means that RCB service could only ever be peacetime? So it's the mirror of the question that I've just asked the veterans.
We get into the other thing. Sorry, I've just received a note. So and distracted me slightly. Because it's an area that you don't want to talk about. I mean, the key piece here are the families that are a part of this deployment, where you've got 1,200 Air Force personnel and 600 odd family members and whatever else on and around the base all at the same time, which is very, very similar to the circumstances of most of the defence activities and operations where we operate within our own country in exactly the same circumstances. So in terms of all of the things unique to and the opposite of what you've asked the veterans. All of these things occur in peacetime. We deploy to a particular area, or go to a particular lot of training, moving around. All of the activities are reflective of peacetime service.
Yeah, but is it a silver bullet in the sense that families were sent and stayed and lived off base and so on, all those points, and veterans went off base out of uniform to go to bars and whatever, in circumstances where it was known that there was a threat, albeit a low level, assessed low level. So that seems to me to be a fact that is equally consistent with peacetime and non-warlike. Whether it's, I suspect it's not consistent with warlike. So, I
guess my concern is I don't think it's as clear and definite as you would like.
Yeah, but we've got to ask the question, if there's a silver bullet, we need to know about it. Okay? But I personally, I don't think there is
not a single silver bullet in that question.
Yeah.
They overlap. All of these things occur in all of those circumstances, except maybe families on warlike service.
Yeah.
I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, and without wanting to preempt the discussion, it seems to me that there's no single fact that could only happen on non-warlike service and couldn't happen on warlike and couldn't happen on peacetime. That there's nothing about the facts that drives you to a particular conclusion. There's no silver bullet in any of them. If anyone wants to contest that.
No, I'm not contesting, Mr. I want to say this as a former RAF member who served at Butterworth and who took my family there between 1977 and 1980. History shows that through the first emergency and the confrontation with Indonesia, military families were part and parcel of the deployments to Butterworth. They were there, not only Butterworth, the whole Malaysia Peninsula area. If I get a bit of motive about this, I'll try and control myself. Now, defence, I would argue that military families at Butterworth were at more danger in the 1970s and the 1958-60 period, because Butterworth was declared a white area, and I've got a newspaper report somewhere back about 1956. A white area meant that it was out of the emergency. We heard evidence yesterday about curfews, roadblocks. Those things didn't happen in white areas. They happened in black areas. That's where the communists were active. Defence continually point to the fact that families were at Butterworth, therefore it must be bloody peacetime service, excuse the word. I look at the JIO assessments and I see that there were potential threats to families. Our families were considered possibly more likely to be attacked than the infrastructure on the base, because they were next to the base and they were an easier target. There was potential, they said they could possibly be kidnapped. How would you know they were going to be kidnapped until they were kidnapped or shot? Defence continually point to these families being there as evidence of peacetime service, that we shouldn't get any recognition. And yet at the time, the documents show there was real risk. We had family protection plans, we had all that. And if you look at, there was a submission made by a Paul Copeland, which you may have seen. He was a child there at the time, and he has included memories of his time and others. In a submission I made, I have copied comments off Facebook pages about families, you know, they saw the red flags, they saw the booby traps, they knew they were there. They were told as school kids, if this place comes under attack, you've got to run into the jungle. You know, there was actually a child, and this is in Singapore. I know this is Singapore a long way away, but it was at the extreme end. There was a British schoolgirl killed there in 1971 with a booby trap placed in a children's playground. That could have been my child. It could have been the child of any veteran of Butterworth, because it shows booby traps were common in use around the place.
Yeah.
To say that this was peacetime because the families were there is a total insult to the memory of those families. And some of those families, so they come back, or some of those kids, we couldn't even talk about our experience in Australia. Living with 24-hour curfews, we couldn't even talk about that because people thought we were lying.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry if I get a bit emotive, but
No. I understand the emotion,
I might also
and you're
mention
well entitled to it. I think while the defence has raised that as in its discussion of the non-warlike definition and the discussion of the 2018 the 2018 peacetime definition, I think you've just heard the Brigadier say that's not a silver bullet. It's not definitive of peacetime.
I know.
So-
It's just the fact that they keep bringing it up as the thing that angers me.
Okay, that's understood.
Chair, the original emergency, Australian Army troops were deployed to Malaya, and so were their families.
So I think, the situation is that being accompanied by families is not determinative, and it is presumably agreed or not agreed depending on the assessment of risk.
Yeah, it's not an indicator.
But not a silver bullet. Okay. So we thought it was important to pose those questions. Is there a silver bullet? And I think the answer is no, there isn't, for any particular classification. Okay. Let's talk about New Zealand. Now, in November, I asked the veterans, do you say that the New Zealand reassessment adds or leads to the conclusion that RCB service was warlike? And I think your answer was, no, you didn't put it that high. I said to you, it's the New Zealand reassessment was argued as a reason for the minister setting up this inquiry. But I think essentially New Zealand thought that they were upgrading their medals in their system to something that they viewed as equivalent to the ASM. They didn't come to the view that New Zealand service at Butterworth was warlike. Is that a fair summary of your view of the relevance of the New Zealand reassessment to what we're looking at?
So I think the report says that it says two things. Firstly, the genesis of the report was based on documentation provided by these people.
Yep.
Which has been provided to you, dare I say it, in the submission 66. But it was provided by Russell Linwood to the New Zealand veterans, who then presented it, and that precipitated that inquiry. As you no doubt have read the report, and they make the point in the report that one of the reasons why they didn't recommend the award of the Operational Service Medal Warlike was because their infantry personnel who were deployed up from Singapore to Butterworth were usually only there for 30 days or less. And of course, the difference is between them and RCB, we were there for 3 months. Yeah. But in answer to your question, my own personal view is that the New Zealand report doesn't take us very far down the road in terms of your deliberations. It was a mechanism that we used to precipitate a meeting with Minister G, that the end result was, or the objective was, the military objective was to get an inquiry, which we got.
Yeah. Mr. Marsh.
I would go along with what Mr. Mitterberg said. My memory of the report, I should have read it again recently. It does talk about the time frame in that they needed to be there for a certain period of time to have warlike service, and they were not there for that period of time. But they did not rule out that, and this is part of their problem. And if you read the report, they had a problem with the operational service medal because they accepted at times, and they use this risk matrix approach, whereas we just use it wasn't warlike service, was this, and this, and that doesn't go into that risk matrix approach. And they say in there that at times it may well have been warlike service, but they wouldn't have been there long enough to have the service required.
Yeah.
So they do not rule out that it was warlike service. It just doesn't fit their criteria.
I don't think they go so far as to say if anyone had been there for the requisite period, it would have been more likely.
I'd have to go back and look at it again.
Yeah.
I think they took the easy way out too.
Well, I don't want to traduce our New Zealand cousins, but the real question is, do their conclusions aid your case? I think they aided your case to get this inquiry. I don't think, and I think you're agreeing, didn't get you to a compelling case for warlike in Australia. Colonel.
So, Margaret, we add to the review of New Zealand's latest paper is most worthy because you find in it that they considered all New Zealand service across all of Malaysia, including people who never went to Butterworth. And it also looks at a period far longer than New Zealanders who did deploy to Butterworth were in country. Critical issue is this: the Malaysian, Australian, British, and New Zealand in-country battalions rotated companies up to Butterworth, Butterworth on November 70 to September 73. Then the Kiwis pulled out. The New Zealand review of that led to their medal, etc., looks at New Zealand service for much longer. Gone, including people who never went over the battle and were in other parts of Malaysia. That contextualizes the war that they ended up trying to give. We're talking about service in Butterworth, and that's something we might like to examine in that source.
Yeah. Yeah, look, point taken, but I think it doesn't aid the case that Australian RCB service was warlike. So the mirror image question for defence is whether there is anything in the New Zealand reassessment that supports the proposition that RCB service was peacetime.
No, Chair.
No.
You've already highlighted it. It brings it to a comparable level to what RCB has already recognised.
Yeah. Look,
for modality purposes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And look, I think that's an absolutely correct concession. It's important. It was important for New Zealand veterans. I think New Zealand veterans probably owe a debt of gratitude to the Australians who provided the information and let it happen in New Zealand. But I don't think it drives an outcome in our inquiry. Okay. I think we've now covered everything I was suggesting we ought to be covering this afternoon, by reference to the agenda that we circulated before these hearings commenced. But I wouldn't want to close without giving the veterans an opportunity, if they wish, to make any closing statement, and similarly defence. So we have time, not infinite, but we've got time. You can certainly take more than 30 seconds. So we're in your hands. Yeah, Mr. Arthur.
I said in my first submission that there was probably never going to be a single document that answered the case either way. And from my reading of it, it's evident that there may not be documents available to prove the case either way. So I guess my one only point is we really need to examine the full context of everything, because nothing happens in an absence of that. Neither, I don't think defence will be able to get that silver bullet. Pretty sure we can't, because it either never existed in the first place or is otherwise unavailable. So that's all I'd just like to say.
And let me say to you, I think that's right. I think your proposition in your first submission was prescient, but rest assured we're looking at absolutely everything that we can find, and I hope what we've done today in terms of making all our research available, making all the submissions available, and so on and so forth, does satisfy you that we're trying to look at everything. We're not just sitting here like Solomon and dividing babies that are put before us. So I hope you feel the same. Mr. Fulcher.
Yeah. I want to go back to my comments, closing comments. I'm not going to open up any new discussion. I just want to go back to the metals policy, some of the things that were said in the metals policy, which I believe are pertinent. Under the heading of CEDA, it says that and this is paragraph 10, it says that during its deliberations, CEDA established 10 guiding principles which have been accepted as a basis for the awarding of medals for service, particularly when assessing past activities. These do not detract from the conditions agreed by the three services in 1992, but assist in assessing entitlements on the basis of equity. And then it goes on to say, in addition, the CEDA principles need to be applied in assessing the relative merits of service, particularly those which are being assessed in respect of the past. Now, we've had the...
What paragraph?
That was paragraph 30.
30.
Yeah. Now, we've put up the comparative service matrix, which Defence has has declined to respond to. We've indicated in there that a lot of the deployments in there you'd have to say there was a lot less expectation of casualties than there were for our RCB. Things like Ubon, Diego Garcia, Somalia. So I think it is. I think the tribunal should take a close look at that, and for the purpose of equitable handling. Now, at the first hearing, the chair said that RCB veterans under the Cabinet Directive 1048 met or were eligible to be allotted for duty because we met the Cabinet Directive 1048. Now, if Defence had done its job properly back then, we wouldn't be here today. If Defence had allotted us for duty, we wouldn't be sitting here with you today. And I think that the tribunal should take that into consideration as an equitable consideration too. That we're only fighting on this ground now because back then the right thing wasn't done.
Can I just, I'm not wanting to cut you off in any way, but can I just make a comment about that?
Sure.
I don't think I said what you attributed to me at the previous hearing. I but whether I did or not, what my present view is that meeting the 1965 test for allotment isn't enough. You can only be allotted, you could only be allotted under the Special Overseas Service Act if there was a warlike operation or civil disturbance, whatever the phrase was. So meeting that test, which was from memory an exposure to risk test, only became relevant if you had a warlike operation, which at that stage, as far as I know, there was no definition. Then along comes 93 and we've got a definition which is capable of applying retrospectively.
In response to that, I'll have to go back and look at it more clearly, but and I can't even remember where it comes from, but allotment for duty was considered warlike. It was.
You got, I don't think warlike existed as a term at that stage. You got allotted for duty where the conclusion was reached that you had a warlike operation.
I don't.
Yeah, you had to meet. There's a whole lot of tests under the SOS Act, but you had to meet them all. And the first fundamental test was there a warlike operation?
Mr. Chair, that is dealt with by Justice Moore, 2000. And he points to the fact that Army and Air Force chiefs failed to allot veterans when they should have been allotted. And he considered that it unfair that those veterans should be penalised because of the administrative failures of their chiefs.
And the 1965 Interdepartmental Committee recognised that there was inconsistency in practice between Army, Navy and Air Force and said, we need a rule for when people should be allotted.
Yeah.
And it came up with a rule. But that rule was only applicable where you had a warlike operation.
Yeah, but that's what I say. If you look at Justice Moore, and I'm sure it's chapter 2, it might be chapter 1, but I'm sure it's chapter 2. He says the fact is that allotments were not made when they should have been made according to that cabinet directive. And that is admitted in the registration of instruments in 1999, 2000. We didn't allot until after the deployment was over. And they allotted in 2000 or 1999, right back to 1950. So and I think it's fair for us to argue that we were disadvantaged by the fact that we met those requirements for allotment, but they were not applied because this had been going on for years and we were not allotted. And yet we met the requirements for allotment.
The distinction is a bit subtle, but I think you would have met the allotment test if there'd been a warlike operation. And there was never a determination that there was a warlike operation.
I think
fast forward, that legislation's repealed, the whole question's irrelevant. To get where you want to be, you've got to operate under the VEA.
Yeah.
Allotment is not relevant to your circumstances under the VEA. It's only allotment to Schedule 2.
Yeah.
You need to fit in to the definition of warlike, and the warlike definition doesn't talk about allotment.
No. But
I don't want to be thought to be saying that you were unfairly treated because you were not allotted.
Yeah.
I would say that if your service had met the warlike operation requirement and you were not allotted, you would then have been unfairly treated. But that's a different thing.
I didn't want to get into an argument. I just
I know. These are all important points, and you have views, and we want you to be able to express them. But I think it's important that we say to you where we are currently standing.
Okay, you said they were eligible for allotment at 1 hour, 3 minutes and 1 second on the tape. If you want to.
Yeah, but it'd be in the context of meeting the allotment test. But the test's only applicable if you are in a warlike operation.
But there is no such thing as a warlike operation.
There was. You read the SOS Act. It's there in black and white.
The cabinet directive was, they should be allocated for duty if there was a potential risk, I think the word is, from the ongoing activities of insurgents.
Yeah.
And it was a potential risk from the ongoing activities.
But in the context, that allotment decision only arises where you've got a warlike operation, or whatever the other phrase is.
Well, I'll go back to the initial reason why we were not allotted, the initial reason why it wasn't a declared warlike operation was political. And I don't think we should be made to suffer for that. And I'm just making a statement. I don't have an argument.
No, and I don't know what to argue. I don't know what to argue about that. The reasons things happened, we can talk about. But the question is, today, can we recommend for you what you seek?
Yes.
An allotment is irrelevant.
I don't disagree entirely with that. But I think that equity is an important principle that all I'm saying is you need to take consideration of it.
Equity is terribly important, yes, but equity isn't reflected in the legislation that we're trying to
that's why
work within.
That's why equity was invented because black and white law doesn't always give you justice, and that's why equity was invented. That's why I'm saying you need to have a look at equity.
Well,
the only last thing I want to say is I agree that nobody's going to be able to prove this thing beyond a reasonable doubt. It's a balance of probabilities that need to be considered.
Yeah, and no question that it's the balance of probabilities that we're working with. No suggestion that you bear an onus of proof. The only onus is on us as a tribunal to form a view on the balance of probabilities. Defence doesn't bear an onus, you don't bear an onus.
I think, Mr. Chair, what you say about equity, that was very much the issue with Cedar, with Clark and with Moore. When you look at what the politicians said at the time, they were concerned with equity, which means that if we are treated any differently in way of assessment of threat or risk or whatever, if we are assessed to different criteria than were applied back then, we are not treated equitably.
Yeah. And I think we could only say that you were treated inequitably by not being allotted if we were of the view that there was a warlike operation.
Yeah. And if there was a warlike operation, then it could become warlike service under today's definition.
Essentially, that's right.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chair, you're no doubt aware of Moore's principle. I'll quote it. It was flagged by the CDF in a brief to Minister Scott in 2000. One very significant principle established by Major General Moore during his deliberations on service in Southeast Asia was that if ADF personnel are placed in circumstances where they may be used to react to an assessed threat made by an Australian government intelligence agencies, it has to be considered operational service. Full stop. This is regardless of whether the threat is realised or not. CDF minute 777 of 2000 refers in the ADF medals policy where we've been and where we are going.
Yeah.
Pretty clear cut to me. That was briefed to Minister Scott. And I'd conclude by just saying that the RCB personnel, and the only people who can evidence to this are us, who are on the ground. We were trained, armed and equipped to defend the airbase. We had orders to use lethal force in the defence of the airbase from the threat of CT attack. The RCB deployment to Butterworth was not for training purposes. And that's been acknowledged, not by our own government, I might add, not by our own CDF, but thank you, Jay, if you just put up this slide. By this gentleman, the Malaysian CDF, who on the 50th anniversary thanked us for protecting the airbase. Our government didn't bother, neither did the CDF, neither did the Chief of the Army. They glossed over it. They ignored these veterans. And as far as I'm concerned, that's a gross insult.
Well, I'm not going to respond to that other than to say that you weren't ignored. You were given the ASM. You would rather have had the double ASM, and you would rather have had, quite understandably, the better veterans entitlements. But I don't think you can fairly say you were ignored.
Well, I mean, on the 50th anniversary, we were ignored.
Oh.
The Morrison government said they would acknowledge with a ceremony in Canberra. That didn't happen. Why? Because of COVID. They then said, oh, we'll do it next year. It's never happened. That doesn't surprise me, I might add. But I guess the point I'm trying to make here is this is an opportunity for the tribunal to right what is fundamentally a wrong. Now, the people in this room all know the truth. They were deployed there for an operational purpose, a warlike operation. They represent the Army veterans and the Air Force veterans who were deployed there for that purpose. And I think this is the time for us to right this. Regardless of any further prevarication by defence, which has been ongoing for God knows how many years, we've got to draw a line in the sand here and fix this.
Yeah. Look, I'm certainly all in favour of drawing a line in the sand and getting to a final answer.
I appreciate all your comments, Mr. Scahill. I really do. It is significant, I think, that there is a statement there that Malaysians appreciate our support, that if Australia had withdrawn, it would have had a significant detrimental effect on the ability of the Malaysians to fight the war against the communists. It is also acknowledged that Australian veterans were defending vital points which were vital to the Malaysian war effort. So to say we were not involved in that war, I mean, we had a command who was what? Was he expected to command this mob of troops that were on active service and this mob of troops that were on peacetime or non-warlike service? When this mob of troops that were on so-called peacetime or non-warlike service could be called upon at a moment's notice to react, to defend to an attack on Malaysian assets, a Malaysian vital point, or even to protect Malaysian personnel. To say that that was not, that our service was not in a sense equivalent to the Malaysian service seems to me to be totally illogical and nonsensical, you know?
Okay, well, hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
And we'll certainly
and we've
be giving it, you know,
we have said our bit
a lot of consideration, rest assured. And when I said that we're looking for submissions hopefully by the end of April, I wasn't wanting to suggest that we'll be handing down a report on the 1st of May. We've got, you know, some sleep to lose and some angst to work through.
Will we have a possibility to respond to your report before it's made public?
No.
No.
No. No.
Chair, closing comments, please.
Yes.
I know the comparisons aren't always welcome. Although Professor Stevens said the ROE for Butterworth were analogous to his experience in Interfet and Untayet. Somalia was awarded the AASM because the troops were under, I quote, hostile fire. That definition doesn't appear anywhere other than in that document where it states that. Ubon was awarded AASM. It was recommended because they were on a war footing. Now, neither of those expressions appear in the definitions, nor do they appear anywhere else except in those documents where they were expressed. And both of them were originally ASM and then later reassessed by the tribunal to be worthy of an upgrade to a double ASM. There's probably other places, and you probably guess where I'm heading for this. They're all in the matrix. And I appreciate your comments at the very start about why that wasn't provided, that information. And you've drawn some fairly interesting conclusions from that. There is no silver bullet, that's true. I think of documents that can be found, but of course we've seen that documents can't be produced from one side of the argument when they can be produced by the other side, even though the source is the same. So good luck in finding documents about anything. Really appreciate your efforts, really appreciate the tribunal's openness to accept submissions as long as and as late as you have, and the fact that you've dealt with, in my opinion, quite fairly.
Well, thank you, Mr. Kelly. I appreciate those sentiments. Defence, do you wish to make any closing submission?
Just briefly, thanks, Chair. Chair, I'd like to thank yourself and the tribunal members for your time and support through this. I know that you've invested a lot of time going through some quite substantial submissions there, and we appreciate your support through this. We have heard from a number of witnesses yesterday and today. There is a lot of variability between the experiences, and I suppose that's probably not too surprising given that we're talking about something that spanned 20 years. But also noting comments that to an extent, some of the RCB rotations sort of largely left to their own devices to an extent there. There's been a lot of discussion around the threat, as you've acknowledged. There are no silver bullets in this, leading to a particular conclusion in either direction here. As outlined, believe that the New Zealand decision does not have a bearing on this, and certainly did not provide for a higher level of recognition than what currently exists for Rifle Company Butterworth service. The 1993 warlike definition does provide some examples of the types of service that would be characterised as warlike. Defence does not believe that RCB service is comparable to those particular examples there. Like to assure you, Chair, and tribunal members, that we are not hiding any information. We are providing everything that we have available and making best efforts and time to provide that information as quickly as we can. And we'll again make best efforts to have what we've promised, what you've asked for, by the end of April. We are equally keen to see this draw to a close as soon as we possibly can. Yeah. And finally, I would like to thank the service of the veterans and the time that they've put into this. I can see how much time and effort has truly been contributed to this, and how much it means to the veterans and to families who are there to support veterans through all of this. So I'd like to thank you for your time, your efforts and your service through all of this. Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you, Dr. Roberts. We would, as a tribunal, certainly echo your last thought. I mean, gentlemen, you've made an enormous effort over an extended period, and you've done it in a voluntary capacity. It's not your job, unlike the people in defence and ourselves. We're paid to deal with these issues. You've done it selflessly. You've done it with enormous dedication, and that's recognised and appreciated. Dr. Robards, never any suggestion from us that you've been trying to hide things. We have appreciated the openness with which you've provided material. And as I said this morning, we do appreciate that we've put a heavy burden on the department. I would personally have liked to have seen some supplementary resources made available to help that happen. But that the fact that it apparently didn't just increases our appreciation for what has been done.
Actually,
great.
Chair, you'll just indulge me for
Yeah,
a little minute on that point. So you do acknowledge the effort of Mr. Heldon and his team. I'd like to double up on that here. They do a significant amount for this tribunal, as well as for members and veterans. So I've just got some figures here about what this particular small team did achieve last year, receiving over 14,000 applications for awards, facilitated manufacture, engraving and dispatch of over 26,000 awards to current serving members and veterans, resolved over 1,000 queries that came through from our customer access management channels, representation at around 20 different hearings for the tribunal over the year, and over 300 pieces of ministerial correspondence throughout the year. So there's a huge workload. As I said, the team will continue to produce. They do fantastic things and we'll keep doing more.
And look, as a tribunal, because we deal with the directorate on an ongoing basis in our review capacity, we have some understanding of the magnitude of that workload. And that's why I say I think it would have been nice if they'd been given some additional resource to cope with this one-off extraordinary inquiry. But apparently that didn't happen, and that's water under a bridge. But it does make our appreciation of the effort that's been put in that much greater. So I do want to thank everybody for their contribution. That extends to the Tribunal Secretariat, who have put in a major effort in getting submissions, getting them onto the web, responding to queries, arranging hearings. These things take a lot of arranging with live streaming and transcripts and everything that goes with it. We are as a tribunal blessed with our secretariat. They're only 4 strong, and they do a great deal of work. So they get a pat on the back too. Thank you everybody for your time, for your patience, for your endurance. It's been very, very useful to us. We look forward to hearing any more by the end of April. And as Sir Humphrey would say, you'll hear from us in the fullness of time. Okay. All right. Have a good afternoon, everybody. Cheers.